da FGV. Reiteramos também que todos aqui presentes concordam em participar desse evento de forma espontânea e, com isso, autorizam o uso de sua imagem para essa transmissão que ficará disponível posteriormente nos canais oficiais da FGV. Manifestations expressed by members of the staff of the Getúlio Vargas Foundation and by guests who participate in events and online transmissions exclusively represent the opinions of their authors and not necessarily the institutional position of FGV. We also reiterate that everyone present here has agreed to participate in this event spontaneously, and with that, authorize the use of their image for the transmission that will be available later on the official FGV channels. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a little nervous. Can you hear me? Yes. All right. So I'm not very good with improvisation, so I prepared a speech for introducing the table. It shouldn't take more than 3 minutes. Mark Fisher's theoretical opus encompasses the idea of a slow cancellation of the future, the notion that the emancipatory perspectives for the future held by the 20th century countercultural and intellectual movements withered, being replaced by an eternal revival of an old conservatism selling itself as realpolitik. An emancipatory social democracy stood on the Brazilian political horizon after the redemocratization process, and instead, the last 8 years have been characterized by a growth in social and economic inequalities, accompanied by an intense growth in the space authoritarianism occupies in the public sphere. The feeling of nostalgia over an authoritarian, mythical past where women, blacks, indigenous, LGBTQIA+, disabled people, and other minorities had no freedom and no rights lurks in our society. Haunted by this extremism, revivalism of a fascist authoritarianism, Brazil witnessed an increasing number of cases in which individuals and organizations alike used violence or deadly force in order to silence their opposition. After a very long and difficult electoral period, defined by many as a referendum on whether democracy itself was worthy of being kept alive in Brazil, the conversation on its erosion remains ongoing. On this roundtable, the conversation pertaining repression and political violence in democracies at risk, I welcome Dandara Rudsan, who's a researcher at Iniciativa Negra por uma nova política sobre drogas, the Black Initiative for a New Drug Policy. She's a postgraduate student in labor law and human rights at the Federal University of Pará, a former national rapporteur on human rights of the DESCA platform on the racism, public security, and violence agenda, and a political articulator of National Network of Anti-Prohibitionist Feminists, HENFA, on the National Agenda for Extrication and Networking of Amazonian Black Women. Juliana dos Santos, who's a legal coordinator of Rede, Liberdade, and a professor at the Federal Rural University of Rio de Janeiro. Karina Ansolabehere, who's a researcher at the Institute of Legal Research of the National Autonomous University of Mexico, focusing on mass human rights violation and justice process in the post-transitional settings, as well as judicial change and innovation in Latin America. And Sofia Rolim, who's a master in law and development at Getúlio Vargas Foundation, and a researcher for the project on autocratic legalism, linked to the Center on Law and Political Economy at FGV Direito São Paulo. Do you want to begin, Juliana?
Bom dia. todos, todas, todes. Eu vou falar em português. Hoje só te corrigir uma coisa, eu não sou professora, eu sou advogada. E acho que é um pouco nessa qualificação que eu estou aqui hoje, um pouco para falar do que foi esse processo de desdemocratização do governo Bolsonaro, a partir dos casos que ficaram, que vieram, né, o que passaram pela Rede Liberdade. Então, eu queria só lembrar, acho que tudo bem, a gente não precisa, acho que dá. Tá, já foi? Aí, boa. Deixa eu só ver se. Aí. Então, eu queria começar lembrando duas questões para a gente falar de um processo recente de desdemocratização. Eu acho que a gente precisa lembrar 2 pontos. Um, que é um contexto estruturante, né, de 500 anos de Brasil, não dá para falar de violência política, sem lembrar que o Brasil estabeleceu na sua gênese um regime escravagista, que privou o povo negro da sua liberdade, da sua dignidade, que estabeleceu um tratamento cruel, que durou degradante, que durou séculos, que durou 340 anos, e que faz pouco menos do que um pouquinho mais do que 130 anos que esse processo de escravização terminou. Então, ainda hoje, esse é um reflexo marcante, estruturante da nossa sociedade, da violência que a gente vive, é um ponto fundamental para a gente entender a violação de direitos e liberdades no Brasil. E um contexto um pouco mais recente, de 60 anos para cá, o Brasil é uma democracia liberal jovem, como quase todos os países da América Latina, viveu uma ditadura militar violenta a partir da década de 60. Já vinha de uma outra ditadura violenta na década de 30, né, onde o Brasil flertou com o nazismo no Estado Novo, e esse ciclo, de alguma forma, se encerra com a Constituição de 88. Então, foram quase 30 anos de ditadura nesse segundo ciclo, que quer dizer uma construção do espaço cívico brasileiro, um fenômeno relativamente recente. Aí, em espaço cívico, a gente está falando os direitos políticos, liberdades civis, direito de associação, liberdade de expressão, direito de acesso à informação, direito de participação nas decisões públicas, reconquistados em 88, com a promulgação da Constituição, e outros direitos sociais, como educação, saúde, moradia, a cultura da paz, que passariam a ser implementados pouco a pouco a partir de políticas públicas que se seguiram à redemocratização. Então, é um pouco esse o panorama muito rápido para a gente começar a falar do que foi um processo de autocratização a partir de 2018. Enfim. Então, isso que eu vou falar aqui para vocês hoje não tem nenhuma metodologia acadêmica, né? Então, eu estou falando aqui na universidade, mas sem uma metodologia acadêmica, mas é uma sistematização que dialoga com o conteúdo que vocês aqui na universidade foram produzindo na academia nos últimos anos. Então, o que a gente percebeu a partir da entrada do Bolsonaro no poder é um processo que a gente chama, né, de desdemocratização, mas poderia ser chamado de autocratização, que é elaborado em vários níveis, que, embora não sejam necessariamente crescentes, mas eles, de alguma forma, eles se dialogam e eles vão recrudescendo na medida em que o governo vai ficando mais confortável e vai conseguindo implementar mais a sua agenda. Então, o primeiro desses níveis seria uma redução de espaços de diálogo com a sociedade civil. Vamos ver. Opa! Aqui. Então, desde os primeiros atos praticados pelo governo federal, foi tanto uma tentativa de interferência no funcionamento de organizações, que é a MP 870, que o Supremo barrou rapidamente, mas também uma série de tentativas de tornar inoperantes ou de extinguir mesmo esses espaços de participação da sociedade civil. Então, um exemplo disso é a inoperância... Oi?
Um minuto. Desculpa te interromper.
Tá. acabando o meu tempo. Então, enfim, não vou dar os exemplos, depois, se vocês quiserem, eu dou os exemplos. Mas eu ia dar o exemplo do CONSEA, né, que é um conselho que fala sobre segurança alimentar, e hoje a gente tem 30 milhões de brasileiros passando fome. O segundo nível de desdemocratização é uma redução dos espaços da sociedade civil para além do veto de participação na política pública, né? O impedimento de ação da sociedade civil, que foi feito a partir de 2 níveis, tanto uma redução da transparência e do acesso à informação, quanto de mudanças de séries históricas de dados que vinham sendo produzidos há anos. E para cada um desses níveis, eu tenho exemplos infinitos, depois se vocês quiserem, a gente pode falar sobre isso. O terceiro nível... O que aconteceu com meus níveis? Opa, eu voltei. Aqui. Seria uma tomada das instituições por esse projeto autocrático e um vigilantismo que se segue, né? É um emparedamento da sociedade civil e do funcionalismo pelo medo. As pessoas passam a ter medo de agir e passam a se autocontrolar. E aí a gente tem tanto questões de perfilamento, a gente teve uma infinidade de dossiês que foram liberados durante o governo do Bolsonaro, o dossiê dos policiais antifascistas, por exemplo, que se desdobrou depois de uma infinidade de processos administrativos disciplinares nos estados contra agentes de segurança pública estaduais pelas suas corporações. A gente teve, além do perfilamento, novos códigos de ética e conduta que foram aprovados para servidores federais, principalmente nas autarquias e agências que lidavam com questões ambientais, FUNAI, CMBio, IBAMA, processos administrativos contra esses funcionários em função desses novos códigos de ética, com exigências muito bizarras, por exemplo, de não poder passar informações públicas para jornalistas ou para pesquisadores. Eu vou encerrar. Imagina. E aí a gente tem um quarto nível, que seria a perseguição e a corrosão das instituições, tanto as instituições do governo federal tomadas por esse processo de autocratização, seja pelo medo, seja pelo oportunismo, o que aconteceu muito nas universidades federais, que faz com que o espaço cívico se retraia, e um último, que daí, né, que essa é a perseguição e esvaziamento, eu já falei, uma tomada do Congresso, e, no final, então, a gente acaba com um quadro muito grande de violência, que a esse cenário se soma a questão, por exemplo, das armas, da liberação das armas, que passa, não é necessariamente só um gatilho, mas ele faz parte de um contexto em que a violência passa a ser um discurso importante, não é nem necessariamente a violência, mas é uma agressão à cultura da paz, que é trazida na Constituição Federal, e essa agressão à cultura da paz faz com que a violência verbal se transmute em violência física, e aí a gente tem um aumento de número de casos, tanto de mortes de ambientalistas, defensores de direitos humanos, lideranças indígenas, pessoas LGBTQIA+, o aumento de feminicídio, e agora nas eleições a gente viu episódios bizarros de violência de agentes políticos, né, de deputados, ex-deputados, agindo a partir dessa cultura da violência. Enfim, eu acho que essas são algumas das ideias, esse é um panorama que eu queria trazer para vocês. A gente tem vários casos que podem ser falados para mostrar como foi esse crescendo durante o governo Bolsonaro. Eu fico à disposição de vocês. Obrigada.
Thank you, Juliana. We're now listening to Dandara.
Gente, eu vou tirar daqui porque esse negócio... Então, gente, bom dia. Muito obrigada pela contribuição, Ju. Muito obrigada também, Denis. E, assim, eu também, como eu falei ontem, eu sou de Belém do Pará, também sou quilombola, sou advogada e atuo principalmente na defesa dos direitos humanos. E quando nós nos deparamos com a violência política hoje, isso que Juliana trouxe da gênese escravista do nosso país é muito importante, porque o que nós vivemos de violência política hoje ela é uma reinvenção das bases desse país. É uma reinvenção das bases desse país. E não tem como desassociar isso do período escravocrata, porque a partir da falsa abolição é que começou a se estabelecer parâmetros legais, essa redemocratização, essa reconstituição da sociedade, e isso não aconteceu de uma forma pacífica, né? Então, essas violências elas vêm sendo reinventadas desde esse período, então não é uma coisa nova. A gente fala muito da pressão que o governo Bolsonaro estabeleceu em relação ao exercício de direitos, mas não foram eles que inventaram a repressão. Não foi Bolsonaro que inventou a violência política, né? E a violência política e a repressão desse país não dá de desassociar do racismo que existe no país. Porque quando nós falamos o exercício dos direitos passou a ser prejudicado, a repressão, a violência política, parece que nós estamos falando só de um conjunto de direitos e que ele foi negado da mesma forma para todo mundo. E não foi. Quando nós discutimos violência política, quando nós discutimos repressão e ataque à democracia, é necessário discutir territorialidade também, é necessário discutir corpos também. Porque essa violência política e essa repressão, ela atinge diferente, dependendo do território onde você está, dependendo do corpo que você tem. Então, porque quando a gente fica no plano dos direitos, né, a gente fala dos direitos de uma maneira homogênea e parece que está todo mundo exercendo os direitos da mesma forma. E não estamos. Estamos diante da crise, estamos visualizando a crise, mas estamos passando por ela de maneira diferente. E eu trago essa reflexão porque nós estamos todos aqui procurando respostas, né, caminhos para seguir. E a base da reflexão é isso. Então, eu trago essa primeira reflexão para a gente ter esse cuidado. Para quando a gente discute a violência política, a repressão, o exercício de direitos, tudo bem. O direito está sendo atacado como um todo. Agora, isso tem que ser territorializado, isso tem que ser corporalizado, sabe? E a repressão e a violência política, falando dessa territorialidade, ela causou, e aí agora eu vou falar, a partir dos movimentos sociais, que é da onde eu também sou uma liderança comunitária. E um dos principais exercícios de direito que nós, movimentos sociais, temos para tentar garantir o mínimo de direitos é o direito de protesto. E o direito de protesto, ele foi diretamente afetado, por essa repressão e essa violência política. E um caso prático eu trago para vocês. Por exemplo, eu venho do estado do Pará, onde a gente teve a Guerra da Cabanagem, somos o povo cabano, né? Guerra que foi vencida na lâmina. E então, essa herança sempre fez com que a gente, se acontece um fato que ataca os nossos direitos, a gente automaticamente ia protestar. A gente se reunia apenas para decidir aonde, como, a intensidade e fazer. Não se questionava o exercício em si do direito de protesto. Hoje, quando acontece um fato, por exemplo, a hidrelétrica de Belo Monte, a gente sabe que na floresta eles têm muitos capangas, né? Muitos capangas. E aconteceu um caso muito extremo de incendiarem assim, umas 10 casas da comunidade quilombola. Isso já seria o suficiente para a gente ir para a rua. Isso já seria suficiente para a gente protestar, para a gente gritar. Mas olha o que acontece. Agora, acontece o fato, a gente tem que se reunir para convencer as pessoas que elas têm o direito de protestar. Para convencer as pessoas de que elas podem exercer o direito de protesto, não dá da gente dizer levianamente que elas estarão seguras exercendo esse direito, mas que elas têm esse direito, que nós precisamos continuar exercendo ele e que a pessoa pode fazer coisas básicas, como, por exemplo, escrever no cartaz que Bolsonaro é genocida. E ela não vai ser criminalizada por isso. Porque o processo de repressão, ele se refletiu no movimento social muito através da judicialização de casos contra defensores de direitos humanos. Porque se uma liderança é atacada judicialmente, a base inteira fica com medo de reagir. E isso aconteceu constantemente. E isso alterou a nossa dinâmica. Porque agora eu falo enquanto uma liderança, eu tenho que ficar convencendo as pessoas da minha base, por mais absurdo que tenha sido o ataque, mas eu tenho que ficar convencendo ela de que ela tem o direito de protestar, de exercer esse direito para combater essa violência política. As pessoas estão com medo. E eu fico pensando que agora Bolsonaro passa, mas agora nós temos que desconstruir essa política do medo. Desconstruir. Então, eu gostaria de fazer esse segundo ponto, do que trazer esse ponto dos movimentos sociais. E, é claro, uma das violências que eu destaco, e que também é muito interessante da gente verificar, e aí eu trago agora a corporalidade, eu sou uma mulher travesti e sou atacada constantemente pela falácia da ideologia de gênero. E não foi inventada também por Bolsonaro. Foi utilizada, aprofundada como violência política para trancafiar esses corpos, mas foi inventada. Aonde surgiu isso? Leia um documento chamado Carta aos Bispos. Carta aos Bispos de 2004, que a Igreja Católica mandou para todas as dioceses do mundo, dizendo como manter a estrutura familiar da Igreja. Gente, é um ataque às pessoas transgêneros. Um ataque direto às pessoas transgêneros. E depois é que esse discurso foi apropriado pelas igrejas neopentecostais, e depois, com o golpe, a partir de 2014, é que a gente tem um aprofundamento desse debate. E isso é um aspecto de violência política que atinge diretamente uma corporalidade. E como é que nós vamos pensar reflexões agora para desconstruir isso? Porque está aí, está posto. É isso, obrigada.
We're now going to listen to Sofia.
Thank you, Denis. I'd like to thank everyone involved in the organization of the event. I'd like to thank Marta for the invitation, and Dandara and Juliana for the very brilliant and inspiring talks they gave. I wanted to very briefly reflect on the situation that we're facing now, when we have extreme right protests going on the streets, protests that are openly anti-democratic and that are openly calling for coups d'etats and military intervention. In this situation where we're hopefully going to have Bolsonaro out of government soon, so hopefully we'll have more tools to fight these extreme right-wing social movements and uprisings against the elections and democratic institutions. I think that when Juliana and Dandara were talking, there's something very important to keep in mind now that we think we're going to have tools to begin combating this process of authoritarianism and de-democratization, democratic erosion that we saw in the Bolsonaro years, which is to remember that before Bolsonaro, everything was not great. To combat this process, we don't need just to go back to what it was before and to the standard of the Workers' Party's governments before, because that was still not enough, and there were several violations to rights of protest and various forms of political repression that were going on at that point. And I think that specifically when we think about the protest cycle that began in 2013 and that wave of protests, which were mostly left-wing oriented protests that were brutally repressed both at the front line by the police, but also at an institutional level. These were mass protests that led to a wave of learning and of development of new policing tactics, new surveillance tactics. This is a very important phenomenon and situation for us to consider what is happening nowadays, because this is what leads to the tools that we have now for political repression and the way that we think of protest repression today. And I think that we're faced with mostly two possibilities when we're thinking of these right-wing protests, which is to approach them by an idea of control by tactics. So we will draw the line between what is allowed in a democracy and what will be criminalized depending on the tactics that are used. So they're blocking the roads. We're going to say that that is not allowed. We're going to police them after a certain time. What will we be allowing depending on that? And we also have the possibility of control by content. And I think that what we've done so far is more or less a hybrid model, and I think that both possibilities poses different challenges. The issue of control by tactics, the main problem is basically that there is somewhat of a shared repertoire of action from 2013 onwards. The right-wing movements began to take the streets and to dispute politics in a fashion that before tended to be used only by left-wing movements. So they're protesting, they have signs, and they're using similar tactics. And when we talk about control by consent, and there are some countries that do that, in Germany, for example, there is a possibility for social movements and groups to be outlawed if they're deemed hostile to the Constitution, for instance. This poses as a really big challenge because these extreme right groups, they're also using democracy framings. I think that what it comes down to is that both to the left and to the right, these social movements and these groups are disputing what it means to the idea of democracy. And so these right-wing groups, they're going to ask for a military intervention, and they're going to say that they're defending the Article 142 of the Constitution, which of course doesn't say that, but that's what they're saying. They're going to say that they want Lula to not be allowed to become president because the elections were fraudulent, and they're defending free and fair elections. So, and when we look at the criminalization processes of activists in 2013, what we see is that there is this massive work both by the Dilma Rousseff government at the time, but also by the police and by the judiciary to frame these protests as anti-democratic. And this is very complicated because to draw that line at a concept of democracy is really tricky. And then we had situations in which, for instance, people were occupying the town hall, and protesters, demonstrators were saying, this is the house of the people, but they don't represent us. The way that they're doing politics doesn't represent the people. And then that was framed as a disrespect to the constituted powers, and therefore a disrespect to the rule of law and to democracy, and these people were criminalized. So I think these are some issues with control by consent, and also this may lead very easily to an ideology police. So in 2013, which was again in this moment of democratization and not the rise of authoritarianism under the Workers' Party's government, what we saw was people being taken in, detained and taken in for questioning and asked about, well, you're at this demonstration, but you say that you're an anarchist. If you're an anarchist, you're against the state, and how would you achieve that without the use of violence? So you're necessarily a violent person. And this played a very big role, this anti-communist, anti-anarchist sentiment in the criminalization of these activists. So I think that's why it's very important to be cautious about the idea that we can use democracy as a criteria for controlling these manifestations. And I think just to point out very briefly, because I know I'm running out of time, but I think that there's one issue that we see with how the government acted before Bolsonaro that we need to take into account now when talking about repression to protests, is that the way that government authorities portray that, both the executive government but also other institutions such as the police and the judiciary, they frame the protests in a way that systematically excludes issues of state violence from their framing. So they will be talking about protests and about the issues that poses to the population, while talking only about the actions of the demonstrators and eventually violent actions, use of force, without ever mentioning that the police repressed that with all of these less lethal weapons, and also with firearms, and also with rifle shootings. And when we have that, it becomes then very, very, very difficult to draw the line between what can be considered a legitimate protest and legitimate tactics that may be using in self-defense, and what is a protest that is going against the democratic institutions, actually, because they're demanding for the end of the election, but to replace that with an authoritarian regime. And is my time up? Yeah, okay, so there are also some issues about the police behavior, but I think that we can talk about that in the Q&A later if it's interesting. Thank you.
Awesome.
We're now listening to Karina.
Thank you. I want to thank Marta, Lara, Siri, Camila, all the organizers of the event, and I'm really happy to be here. And it was really, really stimulating the past 2 days. I would like to draw your attention to the analytical tools available to us to approach violence, and its potential to explain the ways it materializes now in these violent democracies we live. As I said, we live in violent democracies with configuration of powers in which the monopoly of state violence is questioned. Latin America is the most violent region in the world. There is consensus that conflicts are fragmented into a greater numbers of actors. They tend to be more internal than inter-state conflicts, and there are more deaths attributable to the action of organized crimes than armed conflict. The research also points out that within the violent state, not all territories, as Dandara said, not all territories are equally violent, and invite us to change the scale of analysis to the national, to the state level, or the province level, and to the municipal level. And additionally, not all years are equally violent, so they put time on the equation. Faced with this situation, two narratives are observed. The one that identifies violence with criminal groups, emphasizing on how to deal with them, and the one that relates violence with state repressions, which emphasize the violent nature of the states and the human rights violations. Nevertheless, a coexistence between them can be observed. The reflection that I'm doing is the result of the research of the Observatory on Disappearances and Impunity in Mexico that is carried out from 2016, and the project Disappearances in the post-transition era in Latin America. When we wanted to understand the phenomenon of disappearances in democratical settings, with the analytical tools we had, they were not enough. We approached disappearances with the state terrorism framework. In the semi-territory, at the same time, disappearances were and are committed by state and non-state actors, both organized and individually. We propose the need for an analytical tool that constrains and relates them, the violent regime. How we define this violent regime? As the set of formal and informal rules of access, use, and circulation of the means of violence at a given time and place. This brings us back to how is violence exercised, who exercises it, in what way, and how does it circulate. Let me analyze the notion of the disappearances in the Northeast region from this perspective. And in the Northeast region of Mexico, disappearances were committed by state and non-state actors. The victims was mainly poor, young people, and state and criminal groups sometimes state alone and sometimes state act together. And the territorial distribution of the disappearances were uneven. So we need to develop this new analytical tool to really understand what is happening, and the need to, in the understanding that we need to have better analytical tools to understand the causes of the violence, and to work with the victims, and new ways to develop public policies and resistance from the state and the state response. So one thing it's would add the notion of violent regime regarding other concepts like necropolitics or neoliberal governmentality. I think that with this notion, we put in the center of the reflection the meso-level analysis, not only the macro level or the micro level of the actors' dispute, but we reflect about how rules of violence and circulation, access, and uses of violence operates. And I think I will stop here, and then we can continue.
Thank you, Karina. I'd like to open the room for you to make questions. Does anyone want to begin? Okay. We have room for like 4 questions at first, so you go first. Which language should I use?
Português, please.
Ok. Eu tenho uma pergunta para a Juliana e uma pergunta para a Dandara. Mas as perguntas são relacionadas, que é quanto trabalho vocês acham que vai ser necessário para reverter a situação criada pelo governo Bolsonaro? Deixa eu tornar a pergunta um pouco mais específica. Para a Juliana, esses códigos de ética que foram adotados, é só uma questão de reverter eles e as práticas vão mudar? Você acha que agora já tem uma cultura institucional que foi implementada dentro desses órgãos, que mesmo que você retire esses códigos de ética, essa cultura ainda vai permanecer durante um tempo e vai exigir medidas adicionais para que elas sejam mudadas? E para a Dandara, a mesma pergunta com relação ao exemplo muito concreto que você deu das defensorias, né? Quer dizer, é uma questão para as comunidades se sentirem confortáveis a protestar novamente. É só uma questão da defensoria parar de ser perseguida e essas perseguições legais acontecerem? Ou você acha que agora essa cultura do medo já está tão arraigada nessas comunidades que um trabalho mais de longo prazo vai ser necessário? E qual seria esse trabalho? Obrigada.
Bom, obrigada pela pergunta. Melhor fazer tudo.
Deixa ela falar. É tudo depois, né? Tá. Bom dia, meu nome é Rico. É mais uma colocação do que uma pergunta. É um evento extremamente instigante para mim, que não sou da área. Tenho aprendido muito, então não tenho nem muito o que perguntar, estou absorvendo bastante informação. Mas tem uma colocação muito importante, que eu, quando cheguei aqui ontem, eu como uma pessoa branca, e ouvi bastante, né, no discurso de todas as pessoas que falaram, diversas vezes a expressão pessoas negras, comunidades quilombolas, inclusive teve um professor ontem que falou aqui um dado muito importante, né, que já há advogadas e advogados quilombolas formados e trabalhando, né, em defesa de suas próprias comunidades. E foi muito impactante para mim ver que não havia pessoas pretas nas falas e nem no público. E eu acho que é uma responsabilidade nossa, da branquitude, trazer essas pessoas, fazer com que essas pessoas estejam à frente desse discurso. É muito importante. Ontem, por exemplo, uma mesa que era sobre antirracismo e só havia uma pessoa preta na mesa. Então, isso é mais uma crítica e uma reflexão, na qual eu me incluo como pessoa branca, para que nós pensemos como que isso deve se dar, né? Porque se a gente está tentando aqui falar de transformação social, essa transformação social também tem que estar dentro da academia, também tem que estar num evento como esse. Um evento como esse também tem que estar acessível para essas pessoas, para essas comunidades quilombolas, para as pessoas LGBTQ, para as comunidades indígenas. Era só isso.
I'll do it in English. Thank you for a wonderful panel. And yeah, I wanted to continue a bit the conversation of Carrie's about methods and tools, because you're all pointing to ways in which we need to have mechanisms to relate long-term structural racialized violences and other forms of violence that are deeply rooted in society with more shorter term periods, right, of kind of distinguishing whether we do it by governments or governments at subnational level. But so I would like your reflections on that, rather than strategy, but just a bit more on kind of methods of analysis, because everybody's pointing to trying to tie these together, but like, how do we actually do that in analysis?
Obrigado pelas palestras. Eu acho que minha pergunta tem muita relação com a primeira, sobre as ideias das estratégias, porque eu acho que uma possibilidade vai ser para os movimentos sociais trabalhar agora no Estado. Eu sempre quero entender a ideia do balanço, quanto que você vai trabalhar no Estado, tratar de mudar as práticas desde a burocracia, e mantém ao mesmo tempo as resistências do movimento social e a independência das organizações sociais. Obrigado.
Olá, bom dia. Meu nome é Bianca. A minha consideração vai mais no que foi falado pela Juliana e pela Dandara, e uma questão, uma dúvida meio conjuntural mesmo, que é um desafio que me veio à cabeça enquanto a Dandara falava sobre a importância da territorialidade e de levar em consideração aspectos regionais no momento de levar em consideração as demandas de ativistas no geral e o que está sendo colocado em pauta nesse momento de resistência e agora de reversão, né, desse quadro. Como isso pode ser um embate, assim, no sentido também de falta de visibilidade. Explico. E aí eu falo também do lugar de onde eu venho, que é do Nordeste. Algo que foi observado nessa mão também, indo ao encontro de todo o cenário de desdemocratização, foi também o aumento de desaparecimentos forçados no Rio Grande do Norte, aumento das milícias no Ceará, aumento da violência policial muito fortemente em estados como Recife, aumento de desocupações e, enfim, diversas violações a direitos a comunidades e minorias e comunidades tradicionais também. E o que me vem à cabeça é que é muito complicado, porque, ao mesmo tempo que as defensorias elas não são equipadas para atender essas demandas de direitos humanos e chegar em todos os locais, por exemplo, audiência de custódia no Rio Grande do Norte e monitoramento de violência policial, não existe fora de Natal, são defensores que têm que fazer plantão e se deslocar, então é muito complicado esse monitoramento. E aí o que me vem à cabeça é como grandes organizações de direitos humanos que vêm da sociedade civil e que desempenharam um papel muito importante para frear ou pelo menos contingenciar o que estava sendo feito pelo Bolsonaro, podem chegar a espaços territorializados que não são visibilizados por essas organizações civis maiores. Isso tudo sem desconsiderar aspectos territoriais e sem desconsiderar as demandas próprias desses espaços, mas como que essas demandas regionais dos espaços que não são atendidos pelas organizações ativistas mais à frente, como essa estratégia ela pode ser feita agora que a gente vai precisar continuar uma mobilização de sociedade civil muito grande e levando em consideração tantas falhas institucionais que isso deveria vir do Estado, mas não vem. Então, é mais uma pergunta, assim, levando em consideração a experiência da Juliana na Rede, agora a experiência da Dandara, além do Quilombo, mas também no artigo 19, como que esse desafio pode ser enfrentado.
Vamos. Vou respondendo a primeira, que dialoga um pouco com a última pergunta. Quanto trabalho a gente vai ter para reverter, né? Acho que muito. É claro que uma mudança no governo federal dá um fôlego para a gente, mas o governo federal ele é quase como uma cascata, né? Ele vai sendo reproduzido, tudo que acontece no governo federal vai sendo reproduzido nos governos estaduais, nos governos municipais. Então, um revogaço não vai solucionar questões estruturais e não vai solucionar mudanças, espaços que já foram ocupados por um pensamento autocrático de extrema-direita. Não vai solucionar. Eu vou dar alguns exemplos para vocês. Por exemplo, a Amazônia. O que aconteceu na Amazônia com a completa captura, né, a retirada total dos direitos socioambientais e das estruturas de proteção dos direitos socioambientais fez com que a Amazônia fosse ocupada pelo crime organizado, tanto que a gente vê no relatório do Fórum de Segurança Pública uma interiorização da violência para espaços que antes tinham índices menores, que, de repente, mostram que você tem o crime fazendo outras rotas e ocupando espaços porque o Estado deixou de estar lá. A guerra agora contra desmatamento tal, é um outro patamar. Então, não adianta mais refazer as estruturas e colocar o IBAMA lá incendiando barca. É outra lógica de defesa desse Estado. Por exemplo, outro exemplo, armas, revogaço dos decretos malucos lá que permitiam. O que eu faço com os fuzis que estão na mão da sociedade civil já? Porque eles compraram fuzis, que tinha essa possibilidade, foi com a decisão do Fachin, agora enfim, 1 ano e meio depois, mas foi com a decisão do Fachin que o Supremo deu a interpretação conforme para dizer, não, fuzil não pode. Mas já foram comprados quantas, e depois o Denis talvez tenha esses números, quantas centenas de milhares de fuzis estão na mão da sociedade civil. Educação. Também não começa com o Bolsonaro a cruzada da extrema-direita contra a educação. Por que contra a educação, né? Porque é um espaço para ocupar mentes e corações. Quando você estabelece toda a legislação de escola sem partido, que foram legislações estaduais, municipais, que anteriores ao governo Bolsonaro, que o Supremo já extinguiu todas, falta acho que 1 ou 2, se não me engano, mas o Supremo foi pouco a pouco dizendo, não, é legislação inconstitucional, aquelas legislações malucas que falavam de ideologia de gênero, que impedia a discussão sobre sexualidade, raça e uma série de outras coisas nas escolas. O Supremo, aos poucos, foi dizendo que aquilo não parava de pé, era inconstitucional. Eles mudaram de tática, eles passaram a militarizar as escolas e agora vem a coisa do homeschooling, veio muito forte, não conseguiu espaço. Mas, então, assim, o governo federal do Bolsonaro, na verdade, ele foi uma forma pelo qual esse projeto de extrema-direita conseguiu se colocar na agenda federal, mas ele está aí no país, ele vai estar em São Paulo, ele está em muitos municípios, ele está em muitos estados, e ele está em muitos estados de forma estrutural. Então, eu acho que reverter o estrago não é nem do governo Bolsonaro, é muito trabalho, porque a gente tem algo um pouco maior, que não se soluciona só com uma mera questão institucional ou com uma reposição de procedimentos burocráticos ou com um revogaço de leis e decretos. Eu acho que tem ali uma questão conjuntural, assim, que a sociedade civil vai precisar também construir, junto com governos mais progressistas, mas pensar assim, mecanismos de longo prazo de derrota desse projeto de extrema-direita.
Você pode deixar só fazer uma fala rapidinho?
Claro, por favor.
Eu vou falar em português dessa vez. Não tem como dizer de forma muito precisa qual o número de fuzis, enfim, de qualquer tipo de arma que está circulando ilegalmente no Brasil atualmente, porque a gente viveu uma desregulação e um desinvestimento nas políticas de rastreamento, né, de armas no Brasil, e acho que isso está relacionado também com uma certa... que tem a ver com o que a Sofia falou, de uma certa mudança no enquadramento, né, do uso da força. Então, é como se... Bom, acho que as sociedades da América Latina, né, dos países da América Latina, foram construídas sobre essa noção de respeitabilidade que está além dos direitos humanos, né? E pensando nisso, é como se tivesse um reenquadramento, no qual agora existe a possibilidade, né, o retorno da possibilidade das nossas, do nosso passado escravagista, de usar a violência de forma privada para resolver conflitos, e, enfim.
Obrigado, Denis. Eu também vou seguir na mesma linha da Juliana, que é responder a pergunta que se entrelaça ali com a outra também, e eu respondo essa pergunta a partir da perspectiva dos movimentos sociais, que foi a primeira pergunta, que é o que fazer, então, para essas comunidades, esses movimentos, eles voltarem, a gente reconstruir esse poder de exercer esse direito. Resposta muito difícil, mas eu vou pela análise das causas, né? Primeiro, o fator que causou essa desmobilização, entre os muitos, mas para mim eu vejo como um dos principais, é o medo. Foi implantado-se uma política de medo, e como é que ela se operacionalizou nos territórios em cima desses movimentos sociais? Desaparecimentos forçados, assassinatos, eu estou falando isso da conjuntura da Transamazônica, tá, gente? Assassinatos e judicializações. Aí, qual era a estratégia? Qual foi, ainda, inclusive tem vários processos que estão em curso que a gente está cuidando disso. Uma liderança super vista ali, centrada, organizava uma manifestação, organizava um protesto e automaticamente depois era criminalizada. Estamos enfrentando vários processos de lideranças criminalizadas, mas a gente sabe que não vai lograr êxito, que se a gente for muito longe não logra, mas o objetivo já foi cumprido, que foi o quê? Colocar o medo nas pessoas. E esse medo, ele vem, claro, de uma falta de carência de conhecimento, de determinados conhecimentos. Porque o que acontece? A professora Mônica é processada por uma pessoa... Olha só, ela foi processada por uma pessoa branca, uma professora da universidade branca, e ela foi processada porque ela chamou a mulher de racista, né? E ela foi racista. Porque quando a gente estava lá na defesa da banca, foi uma moça indígena foi defender seu TCC de Cocá, e ela perguntou que palhaçada era aquela. Imaginem. É um absurdo gigantesco. Mas a professora Mônica retorquiu, chamou ela de racista e foi processada. A gente sabe que não vai lograr êxito chegando muito longe. Nós que conhecemos o direito. Agora, para explicar isso para a base que não conhece o direito, que a professora... Que aí o primeiro pensamento que vem em todo mundo é o quê? Se a Mônica foi processada e vai ser presa, que dirá eu, que não conheço nada, que não... Sabe? Essa é a lógica. A judicialização já cumpriu seu papel aí, que foi colocar o medo. Então, como é que a gente faz para as pessoas perderem esse medo? Possibilitando acesso a determinados conhecimentos e a gente se desprender de determinados conhecimentos. Gente, quando eu falo a gente, estou falando de advogados e advogadas. Porque eu também sou como a companheira, eu sonho com uma sociedade um dia em que advogados não sejam mais necessários. Sonho. E eu falei, respondendo a pergunta em relação ao que fazer, então... Quando ocorre a violência, quando ocorre essa repressão, sempre ocorre quando nós estamos sozinhas ali. Quando vem um advogado de fora, quando vem alguém nos ajudar, já é contenção. Já é depois que a violência aconteceu. E aí, o que nós estamos fazendo para que essas pessoas se sintam? Nós estamos fazendo cursos de promotoras legais populares, que não é nada mais do que a gente desburocratizar a linguagem do direito, dizer para as pessoas como elas podem usar o direito para se defender ali, na hora que acontece a violência, e desde coisas básicas. Aconteceu esse tipo de violência, você tem que recorrer a essa instituição, pode ir lá rapidinho, ali você pode escrever no papel que você quer denunciar, e a gente ensina nessa linguagem para as pessoas. Para elas exercerem o direito em primeira pessoa, no momento da repressão. E o principal, conhecer o próprio direito, desmistificar o direito. As pessoas, nós somos advogadas, mas a gente percebe, qualquer pessoa que vem conversar com a gente, que não seja da área do direito, conversa com a gente assim, cheio de dedos, aquela coisa, doutor, isso quer dizer o quê? Que se sente um distanciamento da gente, mas não um distanciamento só da gente, mas o distanciamento do conhecimento que nós exercemos. E, gente, nós sabemos, a gente estuda pra caramba, a gente lê pra caramba, mas a gente sabe que a dificuldade de outras pessoas que não são do direito de acessar essas informações é a linguagem, é uma ciência extremamente elitizada, e a gente tem um apego muito grande às teorias que a gente desenvolve. A gente não quer abri-las. A gente quer ficar sempre na dinâmica de que eu defendo você. Você traz o problema, eu lhe defendo. E lá nós estamos mudando essa dinâmica. Promotoras legais populares é o quê? Eu estou aqui para lhe defender, mas na hora que acontecer a violência, eu não vou estar junto com você, não. Mas aqui, ó, esse direito aqui você pode exercê-lo, aplicá-lo, pegar a lei lá, levar. Nós temos ribeirinhas que têm vadimeco em casa, gente. Vadimeco, ribeirinhas, extrativistas que têm vadimeco em casa. E lá grifado no vadimeco, onde é todo riscado, traduzindo aquelas palavras que a gente usa, mas isso é desburocratizar o direito, tornar ele acessível para as pessoas e para as pessoas notarem, porque o direito, quando a gente fala judicialização, não é nada mais do que o direito sendo usado como algoz dessas pessoas. O direito. Então, a gente desfaz essa política do medo, promovendo esse acesso a esse conhecimento para essas pessoas. E nós, que conhecemos muito bem a teoria do direito, nossa obrigação é desenvolver metodologias para que esse acesso a esse direito chegue nessas pessoas. De prático. A gente tem que sair dessa lógica de que só a gente pode defender essas pessoas. De que só a gente é salvadora dessas pessoas. Até porque eu falo enquanto uma mulher quilombola. Quando acontece uma violência comigo, se alguém largar uma faca em mim lá no Pará por conta que eu estou defendendo alguma coisa, eu vou levar a facada primeiro. Eu vou ser violentada primeiro. Depois é que eu vou poder vir aqui acionar a Sofia. Depois é que eu vou acionar a FGV, o direito. Entendeu? E vai ser sempre contenção, não é preventivo. E não tem como agir de forma preventiva se não for em primeira pessoa.
Obrigada. Just very briefly, to refer to Rachel's question, I don't think this is an answer to your question, but I think there's an important issue when thinking about we're both trying to prevent this authoritarian control of democratic demonstrations and try to repress, in a way, these anti-democratic manifestations, is that both of these things, we're thinking of them in a way which is over-reliant on the police. And I think that what we have seen in the past few years, more strongly from 2013 onwards, but definitely much more during the Bolsonaro administration, is that well, a lot of studies had pointed out that the police in these situations will act very much as a political police, so chasing opponents of the governments, which is, of course, authoritarian. But what we have been seeing is also a process of the police acting in its own name and in its own interests. So they're repressing these protests in 2013, 2014, because they see Facebook posts criticizing police violence as a form of violence and as a form of action that endangers the police. Throughout the police inquiries and on many of the cases that criminalize activists, the thing that they're most concerned about is not the interests of the ruling government at the time, not the interests of the corporations and shops that are having their windows broken and that are trashed by the demonstrators, but the fact that these demonstrators were using self-defense tactics against the police violence that was imposed on them. I think that in the case of the Jacarezinho massacre, earlier last year, the community, they made a memorial for the people that were killed by the police, and then the police went there and trashed that memorial. So that's a form of political repression and political violence. And the justification was that in the names of the people that were mentioned, the people that died, they included as well the name of the police officer that died in the operation. I think it was 27 people from the community and one police officer, and the police found it completely unacceptable to have the name of one of their officers along with the names of those people, which they deem drug traffickers and criminals. So they go there and they trash it. That's the police acting on their own name, with no representation, and they're not acting in the behalf of the government. And then when we have pro-Bolsonaro protests that are claiming the election was fraudulent and they're blocking the highways, the electoral court needed to make a ruling demanding that the highway police would clear the road blockades and could reestablish the traffic flows, because the police was acting in an extremely lenient way. And we saw that also in the protests against Dilma Rousseff for her impeachment, where demonstrators were taking selfies with the police, and there were people with guns and doing a protest that, you know, could be seen as something that posed
violence, and the police didn't act upon that. So when we're talking about the difficulties of control by tactics or control by contact, at the end of the day, it comes down to how much do we think that we can control the police. And I think then we go back to the issue of the problems that we have with our democracy that precede Bolsonaro, and we need to take that into consideration. Thanks.
And so, thank you for the question, Rachel. I think it's not an easy answer how to integrate so many things, space, time, state actors, private actors, different kinds of violence. And I think I have not a definitive answer, but that we are trying to do is combine the time analysis and the middle range, not longue durée, but middle range time analysis with space analysis in order to identify violent spots in a specific time, and to be able to reproduce there the violence regime, and to go in deep to understand the rules of or the access, use, and circulation of violence there. But it's not a definitive answer, and in our case, working on disappearances, the main problem is that we are walking in the mist because no one wants to talk, and the violence is not clearly open, it's hide. So, but we are working or trying to do that. And I want to point out a different thing that I was reflecting after here the rest of the panel. I think that in this Brazilian discussion, the axis left-right is at the center of the discussion of this process of autocratization, and it's clearly why this is happening. But I think we in Mexico, on other places, we are not discussing in the axe, political ideology axe, but we are discussing what are the main actors that, and what the interest of these actors, state or not state agents, and there are obviously a circulation of power and power configuration, but the logic is not a ideological one, but a political economical one. It's one of political economy. It's the logic of profit, of territorial control for profit, and how these networks between legal or illegal and illegal actors are operating on the terrain. Thank you.
Não sei se vocês acham que dá para abrir para mais uma, porque teoricamente o tempo estourou, né? Vocês querem abrir mais uma? Não? Does anyone have any more questions? Okay.
No, if there's time, continuing with Karina, you are very right, no? Of the one of the difficulties of the situation in Mexico is that you don't even have like these political actors as maybe, you know, paramilitaries or guerrillas, or, I mean, everything is so embedded, and it is the state is the first one that should have a you know, that we have to go to the causes, but in the middle of the causes there's the state. you know, and as you say, the other actors do not perceive themselves as political actors, but a kind of economic, kind of systemic. So this makes things very difficult. And what I see, Karina, that worries me a lot is that precisely because of that, because the state is in the center of the causes in connection with, is that the only policy movements that I see in respect to violence are the victims' rights movements and everything. But this is not the causes, you know, and I find it sometimes even like that it looks like that they are doing something. No, they are only doing something looking for muertos. You know, I mean, the only active part of the state has to do with, you know, just, it is so, I don't know, you know what I mean? It's like, that's the end of the, that's only managing the el dolor. Yes, you know what I mean? But we are nothing about the causes. You know, like the only thing that works is the Comisión de Búsqueda de Desaparecidos, and it looks like we are doing something. You know what I mean? No sé. No,
sorry. I'm not sure I completely agree. And I think it has to do with like how we identify violence and who is doing the identifying of what is violence. And in that particular case, yes, the families are searching for the remains, but they're also revealing bureaucratic violence, patterns of impunity. You know, I think it's a question of kind of methodologically and ethically how we listen and what we then do in terms of the multiple violences that are always revealed to us by the people who suffer violence.
No, of course. But then what the state actors are doing? I agree that the victims reveal a lot of useful, but what does the state do?
No. Maybe then the question is, are we always expecting the state to be the answer and the state to be the default? I mean, that's kind of hardwired into how we're talking about politics. Anyway, sorry.
Tati.
That's the last one.
No, I was gonna say that maybe we need like more nuanced tools to reflect that, right? Because I'm not really sure that the state is not doing anything. It is doing, and I guess the question back to Kari and your analytical tool is how to reflect what the state is actually doing and not doing explicitly. As you know, like in the north, they decide not to go to kilometer 93, right? They decide that like everyone disappears in that point. It's a point in a road, a federal road, that everybody knows there is a point of disappearance, but it's massive, right? And the National Guard doesn't go, the Marina, yes, they don't go. So I guess like we need to understand how that is imbricated with how democracy works in Mexico, because it's not related to an autocratic anything, right? It's just like how the way democracy works at the local level. And then you have different patterns of interaction between state actors and non-state actors, and also with victims. And I mean, like if you have the different patterns, maybe we can understand how the state is actually doing, because it's not the same. Sinaloa is so quiet suddenly, like, what a coincidence, right? And then Jalisco, all those states in which the encounters were different are now on fire. Then the state is doing something, right? The question is that what are they doing to control or to favor one actor versus other, right? So like we need like more nuanced tools to reflect those patterns. And
do you want to like spend a minute?
1 minute. Yeah. I think that in Mexico, at least in Mexico, we don't have a problem of state absency or the vacant territories from the state, but a state not capture. Imbrication. It's like a configuration of power. It's not even capture. It's a configuration of power where political power and criminal power are the same. So it's if you look around the main actors, they have a lot of links. So, and I think that we need to develop new analytical tools to avoid put the state on the center. And regarding Tati and your suggestion, I only present the point of causes of violence, but not the state answers to violence. We have work, but because of time, I choose to to remark this point. I think it's better for our dialogue.
I'm sorry, but we unfortunately have to finish. There's going to be a coffee break. It's going to be right there. Thank you.
Olá, bom dia a todos e a todas. Sejam bem-vindos a mais uma mesa de debate. Eu me chamo Amanda Pimentel, eu tenho 28 anos, sou paraense, sou pesquisadora, sou graduada em Direito pela Universidade Federal do Pará e mestra em Direito pela PUC do Rio. Atualmente, eu componho o quadro de pesquisadores do Núcleo de Justiça Racial e Direito, coordenado pela professora Marta Machado e pelo professor Tiago Amparo, e também do Afro-Sebrap, que é uma iniciativa de pesquisa dentro do Sebrap, principalmente coordenada por pesquisadores e pesquisadoras negros, não só do direito, mas de outras áreas das ciências sociais. E para essa nossa mesa tem o título de Persistent Challenge of Violent Democracies, Racism, State Violence and Impunity, no qual a gente vai contar com a presença do Gabriel Sampaio, que é advogado da Conectas Direitos Humanos. Eu vou ler agora só um minutinho até abrir o arquivo. Desculpem. Gabriel Sampaio, que é coordenador da área de litígio estratégico do Programa de Combate à Violência Institucional da Conectas Direitos Humanos, é mestre em Direito pela PUC de São Paulo, é membro do Comitê Especial, da Comissão Penitenciária daqui de São Paulo. Também vamos contar nessa mesa com a apresentação da Júlia Goldani, que é doutoranda aqui do Programa de Direito da FGV, e também com a apresentação da Tatiana Afonso, que é professora do Departamento de Direito do ITAM. Então, nós vamos ter 10 minutos de apresentação de cada um, e a gente começa com a fala do Gabriel Sampaio.
Muito bom dia a todas as pessoas que nos acompanham. Eu quero agradecer imensamente a oportunidade de fazer parte dessa mesa, desse debate, fazer um agradecimento muito especial à professora Marta Machado, professora que nos inspira por seus estudos acadêmicos, por ser uma intelectual orgânica e que contribui imensamente para o debate da consolidação da democracia no nosso país, do enfrentamento ao racismo. Uma alegria muito grande poder ter recebido esse convite de uma professora tão inspiradora. Bem, o desafio, né, do tema que nos é colocado, ele é um desafio que mobiliza, ou que deve mobilizar toda a nossa geração. O nosso país, quando tratamos do enfrentamento ao racismo, nós não conseguimos acertar até hoje as contas com o nosso passado colonial, com o nosso passado escravocrata. As nossas instituições não conseguiram acertar contas com o nosso passado escravocrata, com o nosso passado colonial, tampouco com os infindáveis, os constantes momentos de restrições democráticas e com autoritarismo que sempre esteve presente na nossa história. A chave para a gente entender a situação, e especialmente o grave momento que nós vivemos em relação à violência institucional, é também nos encontrar com as nossas falhas, né, com as dificuldades em que tivemos, enquanto país, de estabelecer um enfrentamento concreto a esses nós que compõem a nossa formação enquanto país, né? Quando nós falamos quando nós falamos de violência institucional e quando nós denunciamos que ela é parte do processo do racismo que compõe a nossa sociedade, a gente precisa fazer um breve histórico para entender também a deficiência que nós temos em superar esse momento. O nosso passado colonial, foi ao longo do nosso passado escravocrata que foram se formando as instituições no nosso país comprometidas com o regime escravocrata. E aqui a gente pode fazer um recorte a partir da nossa primeira Constituição. Se antes o passado escravocrata era dirigido pelo nosso passado colonial, né, pela nossa história colonial, comandado, portanto, pela metrópole portuguesa, o Brasil, quando se torna um país independente e forma o seu Estado, né, quando o Brasil se forma enquanto Estado, enfrenta inicialmente no primeiro momento em que enfrenta a possibilidade de resgatar o passado, acertar as contas com o passado escravocrata e formar um projeto de país e, portanto, também de instituições comprometidas em reverter todas as desigualdades e problemas criados com esse passado escravocrata, a opção que funda esse nosso primeiro projeto de nacionalidade, ela é baseada no compromisso com o modelo escravista. Não é à toa que a primeira Constituinte, ela é dissolvida, a primeira Assembleia Constituinte, é outorgada a nossa primeira Constituição, para que as forças que apoiavam, então, o imperador pudessem continuar a se aproveitar da mão de obra, de um projeto baseado numa mão de obra escravista e, portanto, dali, nesse início de projeto de país, as instituições nacionais, a partir desse marco constitucional, elas vão se pautar pela defesa desse modelo, né, para construir as bases institucionais e jurídicas para que esse fosse o modelo preponderante na construção do nosso projeto de nação. Assim as instituições, desde a primeira Constituição, para não falar aquelas que já têm um passado anterior, mas quero dizer que, enquanto projeto de nação, assim elas vão se formando. E mesmo quando se torna inexorável diante da divisão internacional do trabalho, da forma como se desenvolvia na arquitetura internacional, no contexto internacional, a economia, e, portanto, se tornava inexorável o fim do modelo escravocrata, o país, ao mesmo tempo em que tinha que se adaptar às restrições ao tráfico negreiro, tinha que se adaptar às restrições ao modelo escravista e, portanto, a sua inexorável extinção, o país, de outro lado, né, por força da atuação das elites nacionais, das elites políticas, fez a opção por editar uma lei de terras e de manter na sua base jurídica um conjunto de legislações autoritárias e de legislações que manteriam desde a criminalização da resistência ao modelo escravista, quanto uma base de criminalização que manteria um projeto de necropolítica para a população negra que, ainda que saída do processo de escravidão, manteria a sua disciplina de corpos e a sua disciplina diante de um modelo que era construído para que essa população estivesse na subalternidade e jamais ocupasse o espaço que efetivamente representasse a sua potência e força na construção efetiva de um projeto nacional. Portanto, as instituições, elas vão nascer, né, junto com um projeto nacional que é comprometida com o racismo expressado num regime escravocrata, um racismo expressado numa transição para um trabalho livre que exclui ou que lega o espaço da subalternidade à população negra. O principal ativo que se tinha naquela virada de século XIX para século XX seria o de utilizar da posse da terra, da propriedade da terra, para recuperar o espaço desse passado escravocrata, e o que se fez foi interditar o seu acesso, né? As legislações de cunho penal mantinham também as suas bases criminalizadoras da resistência e também até das formas de sobrevivência dessa população, né? Então, desde a cultura, o conceito que se cria de vadiagem, a forma como depois as legislações vão escolhendo os corpos negros para criminalizar e para disciplinar os corpos negros para um projeto de nação que é composto por esse critério racista de subalternização. O país nunca acertou contas com esse passado, em que pese algumas iniciativas, né, algumas iniciativas institucionais, e aqui eu faço um parênteses para dizer, eu estou buscando a ótica institucional. Ela a todo momento é contestada pela resistência, pela atuação em movimento negro, pela pujança e pela força da luta do nosso povo, resistindo contra todas essas formas de opressão. Certamente essa história ela tem que ser contada também a partir da ótica da resistência que foi criada. Todas as ponderações ou todas as crises que esse modelo vai sofrer, ela é provocada pela resistência e pela luta da nossa população. Mas, de fato, do ponto de vista da análise institucional, é preciso fazer esse registro de que não houve, do ponto de vista da institucionalidade e até mesmo da formação de um projeto nacional, um grande momento de acerto de contas com esse passado. Dada a exiguidade de tempo, eu vou fazer um giro logo para a Constituição de 1988, que foi talvez o momento mais importante, né, para que o país tivesse o acerto de contas com esse passado, visto que a Constituição de 1988 é a que melhor representa o acúmulo do ascenso da luta de massas no Brasil, né, incluindo do movimento negro, incluindo dos diversos movimentos sociais de base, enfim, é um momento de pujança e de ascenso da nossa luta de massas, e que criou espaço, sim, para a conformação do enfrentamento ao racismo também nas bases institucionais. Ainda que a Constituição tenha sido tímida ao tratar do tema, esse ascenso da luta de massas e bases importantes para que a institucionalidade também revisitasse o seu passado para construir novas bases, seria muito importante. Então, algumas iniciativas vão se formando, do ponto de vista de legislação, até chegarmos a iniciativas de políticas afirmativas que vão ser aplicadas e que vão, em alguma medida, ter um impacto importante no ensino universitário, ocupação em espaços públicos. Ainda há muito que melhorar, mas, enfim, do ponto de vista da violência institucional, há uma enorme frustração em relação aos resultados pós-Constituição de 1988, em relação a esse enfrentamento. E aí eu chego àquilo que é incontestável, que são os dados, né? Um país que tem mortes violentas afetando em 75% a sua população negra, é um país que deve questionar o seu modelo de democracia. Um país em que cerca de, em torno de 20% das mortes violentas sejam provocadas pelo Estado, aí vão ter variação de dados nos últimos anos, né? Podemos chegar de 15% a 20%, mas vão ter estados que chegam a 30%, mais de 30% de mortes violentas provocadas pelo Estado, em que, em média, 80% dessas mortes violentas provocadas pelo Estado ocorrem contra pessoas negras. Vejam, isso é a prova cabal e inexorável de que nós temos razão em estarmos frustrados em relação ao que nós conseguimos de avanço num projeto constitucional, aquilo que nós conseguimos de avanços graças à luta do movimento negro, às lutas de massas no país, para tentar reverter esse projeto racista. Os resultados, eles são aterradores. Os resultados nos colocam em posição e em postura enquanto membros da sociedade civil, enquanto membros da academia, enquanto cidadãos ativos e preocupados com o futuro da nossa democracia, em questionar e organizar medidas concretas, urgentes e muito efetivas para reverter esse quadro. E a gente sabe que esse quadro só é esse, da violência institucional, com esse conjunto de mortes, para não falar nos desaparecimentos forçados, para não falar em prisões hoje que tem 2/3, né, a composição majoritária de pessoas negras no espaço de prisão, para não falar de outras formas de expressão da violência institucional com caráter racista arraigado na nossa sociedade, todas elas só vão ser revertidas com ações urgentes e também só vão ser entendidas a partir de uma análise histórica de uma institucionalidade que não faz o devido balanço do seu passado. E pior, que está diante de um modelo normativo que é muito permeável ao desenvolvimento da violência institucional. Do que eu estou falando? Estou dizendo que nós temos um controle externo da atividade policial, a atribuição do Ministério Público, que é inefetiva. É inefetiva por diversos fatores, podemos falar desses diversos fatores históricos da institucionalidade, mas também por falta de uma base normativa que permita controle social sobre essa atividade de controle externo e sobre a atividade do uso da força. Além do controle externo inefetivo, as formas de apuração e responsabilização. Ora, como é que nós vamos introduzir um novo cenário, um cenário de enfrentamento à violência institucional, se sequer o cenário de apuração e responsabilização desses atos é efetivo? E não é efetivo porque não se garante os instrumentos institucionais de uma perícia independente. Não se garante os instrumentos institucionais para que haja prestação de contas em relação a cada morte violenta. Nem a base elementar para se garantir que haja uma apuração independente dos casos de mortes violentas nós temos consolidado no nosso país. Há quantos anos tramitam no Congresso Nacional iniciativas para trazer maior garantia nas apurações, desde as perícias independentes ao fim dos autos de resistência, ao fim dos mecanismos normativos que ainda permitem essa prática acontecer. Então, há um ambiente muito permeável às competências da justiça militar, e aqui rendo homenagem também ao trabalho da Fundação Getúlio Vargas, que produziu uma nota técnica brilhante, né, em parceria aqui com a Conectas, tratando da inflação legislativa que tornou competência da justiça militar. Vejam vocês, ainda que a nossa justiça militar não seja aquela corte marcial clássica, ela é um órgão do poder judiciário pautada pelo escabinato, em que, nos seus órgãos colegiados, por sua maioria, nós temos militares que sequer necessitam da formação jurídica e que fazem parte desse órgão justamente para reforçar a hierarquia e disciplina militar. E que hoje tem competência para julgar, inclusive, crimes praticados por civis. E, em sua maioria, esses crimes que são julgados são crimes de desacato, ocorridos, por exemplo, em operações de garantia da lei e da ordem, de pessoas que muitas vezes contestam abusos e o uso arbitrário da força. Mas, tão grave quanto isso, um órgão do Poder Judiciário, Justiça Militar, que tem competência para julgar casos de tortura praticadas por agentes militares, casos de abuso de autoridade. Será que nesse cenário é possível construir um ambiente de responsabilização? E aqui tentando nos afastar de qualquer contaminação ideológica que possa ser, da qual possamos ser acusados em relação às instituições militares. Mas mais do que isso, para onde vai um familiar de uma vítima dessa violência se tiver que denunciar um caso de abuso, num caso que é a competência da Justiça Militar? Se já tem dificuldades hoje em relação a tratar desses abusos e de casos de violência institucional no sistema de justiça comum, tanto mais nesse sistema. O nosso país não tem organizado, e eu sei que meu tempo já se esvai, não tem organizado uma forma respeitosa e que comporte todas as dimensões de atendimento integral às vítimas da violência institucional. Basta conversar com qualquer mãe de uma pessoa vítima da violência institucional e rendo também essa homenagem às mães que lideram, são protagonistas e grandes responsáveis para que hoje esse tema esteja vivo na academia e em espaços de institucionalidade comprometidos com a democracia, graças à militância incansável de mães que se organizam no Brasil inteiro para denunciar os casos de violência institucional. E que hoje não tem do Estado qualquer resposta ou qualquer dignidade de atendimento às suas demandas enquanto vítimas. Resistem, né, como já ouvi de tantas mães, que elas resistem nessa luta como se estivessem cuidando de seus filhos. É o que faz delas tão fortes para seguir na sua luta. E o Estado tratando os seus filhos, a elas e a todos nós, sem o respeito e a dignidade que qualquer cidadão merece. Nós estamos, e aqui para concluir...
Por favor, só para concluir...
Desculpem, me desculpem. Para concluir, então, dizendo que nós estamos... talvez diante de um importante novo ciclo, talvez não, estamos certamente diante de um novo ciclo de reconstrução da democracia no nosso país. E o enfrentamento à violência institucional deve ter assento de prioridade nessa reconstrução. Muito obrigado pela atenção e a paciência de vocês.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Never very good with these. So it's really a pleasure to be here. I'd like to take the moment to thank the organizing committee for the invitation and also my colleague Amanda for the introduction to the panel. And so, my area of research is police violence. This is a topic that I've been exploring both for my PhD thesis and as a researcher here at FGV's Center for Racial Justice and the Law. I think Gabriel has given us a great panorama of the context of state violence in Brazil and how it disproportionately affects the country's Black population. So for my brief talk, what I like to propose is that we think back to a reflection that Professor Ascar, the school's dean, made in the very first panel of the conference, which is about the role of legal or social legal scholars when dealing with authoritarian phenomena. And what he proposed was that our role could be to unpack the institutional mechanisms that make authoritarianism possible. So when it comes to police violence, and then echoing also a bit about what Gabriel was saying on colonial heritage and the way that Brazilian institutions are formed, this perspective of unpacking institutional mechanism implies looking at institutions other than the police itself and understand how they're contributing to the violent and racist status quo that we have in Brazil today. So this serves as a complement to more sociological or anthropological work that is done on the ground to try to understand the determinants of police action. And it also helps create a more comprehensive explanation of the phenomena because, well, of course, the Brazilian police is problematic. And of course, all of our institutions have heritage from coloniality, slavery, and a series of authoritarian regimes that happened throughout the country's history. But we do have some institutions that were reformed in the context of the redemocratization with Republican intent. So what are they doing? What is happening? What is the deal? So I think this perspective leads us to two research agendas which are very relevant. The first of them concerns how the criminal justice system in Brazil has dealt with police violence. This is a research agenda that is consolidating here at FGV. It begins with an extensive case study by Professor Marta and Professor Maíra on the Massacre do Carandiru. And in the last 2 years, the Center for Racial Justice and Law has expanded this study and analyzed several other highly publicized cases of police killings which had black persons as victims. We chose to look at cases which sparked media attention and social mobilization precisely because we have studies showing that these are the cases that most often make it to trial. So most police lethality cases in Brazil are not even prosecuted. They are archived during investigation. And we wanted to look at the best case scenario. So the cases that do make it to trial, what happens? What we found is that the prosecution, so the Ministério Público, which has been mentioned a few times during these exchanges, and is constitutionally tasked with civilian oversight of the police, is very lenient when it supervises inquiries into police lethality. This omission essentially allows the defendant officers to dictate, their version to dictate how the investigatory procedures will take place. And additionally, there is a marked tendency of the judiciary making decisions that either appease charges or, in the last case, void jury convictions on grounds of mistrials. And this last finding is especially shocking because it violates a key principle of Brazilian criminal procedure. And also, when we look at the broader jurisprudence, this is something, I mean, voiding jury convictions is something that just does not happen in cases where the defendants are not policemen. And so social mobilization, when we look at these cases, has proved able at pressuring the prosecution to actually press charges and redirect investigation considering victims' versions or communities' versions. But it has not proved very efficient at changing decision patterns for the judiciary. So in this way, this also takes us back to the whole lawfare discussion we were having yesterday, and how sometimes in some topics the judiciary is kind of a black box. I mean, it does not necessarily respond to social pressure and mobilization. And so a second research agenda, which I think stems from the question of the institutional mechanisms that are allowing this to continue, relates to the more political institutions, so the executive and the legislative. And I think here the main issue is the absence of significant reform, even in the light of the current model's obvious failures. As many of you will know, security sector reform would have been recommended already as a step for the transition into democracy, but it did not happen and has not happened since. What we've had since the 1988 Constitution are marginal reforms. So a term that I'm using here to refer to measures that either create parallel oversight institutions or promote changes in operational tactics, such as community policing programs or bias training, human rights training, that sort of thing. So looking at the timeline, these reforms typically happen as a response to publicized cases of police lethality, so like the ones I was discussing previously, or to responding to specific government needs, like preparing Brazilian cities to receive large sporting events, which was something that happened continuously in the decade of 2010. And so the problem with these reforms is that they do not alter the fundamental institutional structures that are at play. So they don't alter the deficient accountability mechanisms, and they don't alter the military forms of discipline and hierarchy that promote a warlike relationship with poor and black communities, amongst other problems. So just to illustrate, the São Paulo Police Ombudsman, which is a relative success story when we consider marginal reform efforts, this was instituted in 1995. It aims to promote transparency of police action through research and interaction with the population, but it does not have any sanctioning powers. So you do have advances, but you do not alter the design which allows for lack of accountability to keep happening. And then when you look legally at these marginal reforms, you find other problems because they are very loosely regulated by infralegal and state-level executive decrees. And this brings two additional problems. The first is that these are policies that are very easily converted or manipulated at the execution level. So for instance, when you look at the UPP, which was supposed to be like a community policing project in Rio de Janeiro, and it's a very contentious project. I in no way think that I can talk about it as quickly as the time span requires me to, but just to say that it was proposed as something of a community policing initiative to get the police closer to the population in the favelas, but on the ground, it became something very different. And this is in part allowed by the fact that it was not regulated properly until 3 years after its implementation, which allowed it to be directed to specific needs of the government at that time, such as securing zones close to stadiums which would be used in the Pan American Games of 2007. And then a last problem that comes from these reforms is discontinuity, because as they are regulated in this very loose and infralegal manner, they can be very easily overturned when there is a government change, which leads to a series of short time span projects and then that are discontinued immediately after they start to gain some sort of result. So the police ombudsman that I mentioned previously, it's actually one of the reasons that it's a success story is because it was institutionalized by legislation after one of these mediatized scandals of police corruption and torture that we studied. So it became immune to like a series of attempts at defunding and deconstitution that happened throughout the following decades. Other initiatives, so like a program for accompanying officers involved in lethal occurrences that was also developed here in São Paulo, did not have the same luck. So they last a few years and then they're gone. And then a new government proposes a new type of program which is slightly different, and so on and on it goes. So I think besides questioning how the judiciary has been dealing with these cases, we also need to start asking questions about why these are the types of measures that we can get with police reform. We need to unpack the narrative that a structural, significant reform of the Brazilian police is not possible. I'm not saying that it is. I'm not even sure that we can manage that, but I think we need to understand what makes it impossible. What are the rules of the political field that are blocking these measures? Is it path dependence? Because when you see research on supposed resistance from policemen, you see that a lot of them would be favorable to demilitarization as a way to further their own workers' rights. So is it high electoral cost? Is it a cultural problem? I think these are some of the questions that I like to propose us to think about. Sorry, Amanda, I am now done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation and for all the organization. As usual, it's everything's perfect, and it's a great place to discuss and provoke different thoughts. I was like, I don't know how to start because, like the name of the panel is Persistent Challenges of Violent Democracies. And then, well, I do research on law and inequalities, especially on racial and ethnic inequalities. I've been doing that for a long time now, and I try to identify different manifestations of institutional racism, and I have been working in Mexico for the past 5 years. I used to do that in Colombia before, but and now, like every time that you think about ethnic and racial relations, racism, Brazil is a referent, right? So that's intimidating always, but it's also true that racism is like a constant, actually, like in Latin America at least, that you can map empirically and institutionally. So what I want to propose for the conversation is one point of departure that deals with this debate between democracy and autocracies, or autocratic exercise of power, or whatever we're calling it now, and how it's related to racism, and then like present some manifestations of institutional racism in the Mexican way, you know, which is very different actually, because unlike Brazil, we can't even count. Right? For example, like racial violence, we can't count because we don't have data. We don't have data on how many people, how many indigenous people or Afro-descendants are disappeared, right? Well, I mean, we have some numbers, but it's not adequate. So it's a different, we have different manifestations, as you would expect, of course, from different racial relations history. So I'm just gonna do that in my 10 minutes, right? The first thing that I wanted to say, just to engage with democracy, violent democracies and autocracies, is that I think that we need to understand that democracy in Latin America is not something that we gained to be able to fight against racism, and it's actually part of the problem, right? So when you think about how racial democracy and mestizaje as ideas and as myths, as we already know, become entrenched with the nation with the process of creation of the nation states in Latin America, you see that that's the first obstacle to denounce and to fight against racism. So when we went to be, when Latin American countries became these democracies, all of us said that we were equal, mixed, and then like the myth of racial democracy, which is actually was led by Brazil for so many years, right? So it was the most important place in which it was triumph and politics were designed around it. So we have the first obstacle there. Like we can't even denounce racism or racial discrimination because we are already mixed. We don't have like those awful laws that Americans had, right? And that's part of the basis of the institutional racism that Latin American countries face, which is that racism is embedded in legal and state institutions. Yeah? It is embedded in how we design those policies, how we legislate, and then, so it's not about autocracies or an autocratic exercise of power, but it's democracy, you know, like how democracy works, which is something that Gabriel was already saying at the beginning. And then I guess the challenge is always to refine analytically what we mean by racism and institutional racism, and also to identify empirically what those instances are in order to find different ways to deal with that from the state, from politics, etc. So with that point of departure, I also wanted to say that the multicultural constitutionalism that was mentioned, or has been mentioned several times, is the other obstacle, institutional obstacle to fight against racism, and all of us also had some sort of that. When indigenous peoples and Afro-descendant communities gained constitutional recognition, it was a symbolic step that so many celebrated, but as we have seen for several decades now, it's also an obstacle to denounce the lack of inclusion and equality. And it's a particular important obstacle to denounce racism and racial discrimination, because it's like, we already included you, right? So, and it's also like, it's a, how do you say fachada? A facade of like inclusion, facade? Thank you. A facade of inclusion and equality. So then, and of course, like there's all those discourses and institutions designed around diversity instead of actual inclusion, which goes back to this debate of like how our courts are composed, right? Like what are the levels of participation? So multiculturalism sold us this idea of diversity and basically hid all the problems with actual inclusion and participation in a dense way, not prior consultation, which is not a dense way to participate, right? But to participate in the state and from different forms of being in the state. So then you start to see specific manifestations that imply that people need to comply with the liberal institution design, and then so you see several obstacles for people, for communities to exercise their own legal systems, their political institutions. Then you have prior consultation, which is actually very problematic from that point of view because it's not dense participation. So like that second element is also an obstacle that we need to overcome because it's also based on exotic identities rather than in actual participation and inclusion in politics. So I guess those obstacles are actually inherent to democracy and not to autocracy at all. And also, like this debate between democracy and autocracy sometimes hides the racism behind policies and decisions. So for example, and I'm just going to start with the manifestations in my 5 minutes. There was a case in Mexico about 2 years ago when the president, there was a dam that was full and he needed to open it. I mean, the Mexican state needed to open the dam because it was going to exploit, basically. So it's more technical, as you can imagine, but that's the basic story. And then, so there's this video of the president of the nation. He's in a helicopter, and it's awful, but it's somehow funny, as ridiculous it is. And so he's saying, like, look, if you flood this side, then we're gonna, it's gonna have impacts on our peasants, poor people, very precarious life. That's so sad. And on this side, if you flood this side, you're gonna affect indigenous peoples, our indigenous, of course, because they're property, right? Our indigenous peoples, poor of them, they are very poor, precarious life too. Okay, so I'm gonna make a decision, let's flood this side. Like in that moment, he decided that indigenous peoples were less important than peasants, right? Like all of them were poor and precarious. And that's the manifestation of institutional racism that you see all the time, and you cannot point to that from democracy, because it's not actual discrimination, right? It's not discrimination, it's classic, but it is like this structural inequality in which people think that there's a group of people that matters less than others, right? And when that happened, of course, there was a lot of political comment around the decision of the president because he was being accused of being authoritarian. It's like, and of course, like he's improvising the decisions of the state. He doesn't improvise that much as people think, right? But then it was like the debate, like it's an authoritarian decision, but nobody could see the racism in it, right? So the debate was not about like how come you decided that indigenous peoples are less relevant than peasants, right? So when we look at those manifestations, then in Mexico at least, what I have been able to map in the legislative and the judicial and the executive branches of the state, you can see always like a subordination, which is the defined definition of racism, between indigenous peoples and Afro-descendant communities regarding other other groups of population. The baseline, for example, for indigenous and Afro-descendants is that we don't even have numbers. So we don't know how many indigenous peoples you have in the state. I have asked, like with the transparency mechanism, they don't know, and they don't care. Because in Colombia, we used to ask the same thing like 10 years ago, we did it, and the state didn't know. But they realized that they had to know, right? The Mexican state is like, I don't know, and why would I know that, right? Then you don't even know for Afro-descendants how many people identify as black people, because the first time that the Mexican state counted again was in 2020, so 2 years ago, and there was the pandemic, and there's also like a social process that's still like grappling with so many divisions, so it's not very clear. And then you have courts that respond to diversity but not to equality. So we don't even have one case of racism and racial discrimination in Mexico, not even one. And you see a lot of instances in which people are actually discriminated, leave alone racism, right? So we don't have cases for abusive or excessive use of force by the police because it's not denounced, and when it is denounced, it's not denounced uses the racist variable. So it's like this idea that you need to start using racism and race as a variable to identify the type of violences that are embedded in the institutions. And then we have like tons of judicial decisions recognizing our indigenous peoples, all their contributions to culture, but then when you look at systematically and statistically the cases, in the Supreme Court you have about 900 cases that you can identify related to indigenous peoples, and then you compare with other cases, and it's way more likely that you win a case if you use, for example, an environmental framing than an indigenous rights framing. There are not a single case of Afro-descendants because they were recognized constitutionally 4 years ago. So then you see all the time institutions like reproducing basically what is out there as a subordination of indigenous peoples. And I guess that's just a different landscape compared to Brazil and even to Colombia. And just and one final note in my 30 seconds. I guess this discussion on what are the composition of the courts in Latin America, we can see the only place in which we can see indigenous peoples and Afro-descendants in high court is Colombia, at HEP, the Transitional Justice Tribunal, because it was deliberated, because Colombia has like this long tradition of quotas like, and designs of access. But also that doesn't mean representation, right? Like that affirmative action is about inclusion, like in some areas, but not representation of interests of people. So we shouldn't expect changes in the contents because you have like that type of diversity. And in Mexico, we don't have that, of course. Thank you.
Vamos, nesse momento, abrir para alguma pergunta, reflexão. Obrigada.
Obrigada pelas apresentações. Well, I'd like to highlight just two points that I think it's important, and it has to do with the discussion you had yesterday on the role of the judiciary. So your talk talks a lot with our reality too, because we have very bad data, and we are struggling with that. We have, but they are very underreported, and we don't even know how it's produced. But we also have a lot of work trying to convince the institutions that there is racism. I think that there is one struggle that is constant to the Brazilian black movement is the dismantling of the myth of the racial democracy, and we have been, social movements have been protesting and denouncing for a long time. And then we had in the 1988 Constitution a crime, which was a demand of the black movement that racism would be considered a crime and had a symbolic importance. But then at the same time, it's very ambivalent, because if it's a crime and it's rare and it's just happening individually, so it's also highly ambivalent. And when we see that legislation, how it's enforced by judges, we find, I did a very comprehensive research on appeal courts ruling, and Amanda was part of this too, and we just said we see rulings that goes like that. No, if you call this person a black it's just a physical feature. It could be like you are a bald or a big robber, which was something that so we used to say that it's a dynamics of visibilization and then invisibilization of racism. And then that's how it is when we go to police violence too. We never talk too much about the judiciary and the public prosecutor. We have been talking a lot about police violence, policemen, that in the end they are all black too. The ones that are they are also black and are suffering violence too. But we never talk about how the public prosecutor's office and the judiciary just chancel the violence. And that's the project we are trying to do now, like to point to the responsibility of the judiciary. So I think it's very ambiguous. So I think this scene complements the discussion we had today. Like we are talking about judicialization, social movements going to court. If you go to the Supreme Court, you see victories from the social movement. The Supreme Court was the one that rendered constitutional the affirmative action. A recent case prohibited operations in the favelas. We see like the recognition that small racial slanders are part of the structural racism and reinforces inequality. So you go to the Supreme Court and you see some changes, but when you go down the judiciary, it never happens. So I think that scene, I think all the talks today complement what we are discussing yesterday. So what to expect of the judiciary, how we deal. So we have some cases that may have symbolic advancement. The Supreme Court declared that the situations in prison, we stole that from Colombia. The situations in prison is an unconstitutional state of affairs. That was a progress. Before, the judiciary would only say, no, prisons are a problem from the government, it's not a problem from the judiciary. So that was a progress. Yeah. But then what comes after? And then in the lower instance, we have this maintenance and also this kind of what Catalina was saying yesterday, like you just delay the conflict, you just put the conflict in the back burner forever. So I think that brings a lot of food for thought about the role of the criminal or the justice system.
Thank you. Thank you for wonderful presentations. I have a question because you have mentioned and connected the conversation between the indigenous people's rights and the racial and ethnic conversation. But what about gender? Mm-hmm. Like, it wasn't present at all, so that's my short question.
I know. Okay. You're going to talk about that.
Thanks. To actually pick up on that point and the point about data, Tatiana. And it's a question for everybody in terms of research collaborations between institutions and civil society organizations about how to, obviously you can't fill the national data gaps, but you can point to ways to register. And I'm thinking about the case of the CONAMI in Mexico, the Coordenadora Nacional de Mujeres Indígenas, which have been collaborating with CIESAS and some researchers that we work with on statistics about femicide and gendered violence against indigenous women, which is super undercounted in the counting of gendered violence. And they've come up with really interesting mapping methodologies for trying to suggest other ways of coming back to that question that I was talking about earlier. How do you connect structural violences? What is it that puts certain categories of people in the possibility of certain kinds of harm? Right? So I would like to hear from you all about those kinds of collaborations for pointing to data gaps or new ways of thinking about data collection that do the intersectional thing that you're pointing to.
Just a quick question about what kind of other countries can we possibly dialogue with in search for solutions? So in the case of the indigenous people, I'm thinking about whether what is happening in New Zealand and Canada makes sense to be explored as potential options for Latin America, or whether you think we're in entirely different historical, legal, social context, and therefore it's not possible to have this conversation. I think the same for Julia, like, is South Africa possibly an example that we could be looking at, or is it the apartheid and the common law, like things that would prevent any kind of conversation? Thank you.
Good morning. I would like to ask a question about group coalitions regarding police violence. So I was wondering what you think about, for instance, because in Brazil we obviously have a police violence against black people problem, but at the same time we have other groups like the LGBTQ community, and prior to that, you know, women's movements pro higher criminalization or punishment for crimes against women, like femicide, and then and before that domestic violence, and the LGBTQ community now claiming for LGBTQ phobia. So I was wondering, where does group coalition fit into that, and having in mind that obviously there is the criminal law, their claims are based also on symbolic features of criminal law, but at the same time, the chances black people are going to be sent to jail more are higher, just because this is what happens in Brazil, not necessarily because those populations commit more gender crimes or hate crimes. So this is my open question.
Vamos, como é que vocês querem responder? Começa com você, Julia?
Okay, so lots of very interesting questions. I could for sure talk 10 minutes about each comment, but I'm going to try to be quick. So just a comment on what Marta was talking about in Tatiana's presentation, which was the reaction I had in my head when you were speaking about race as a variable. And I think Marta already introduced that, but when we say that we were looking at cases of racialized police lethality, this is like something that we can do today, of course, because we are academics, but also because of a very long construction by the social movements, especially black social movements. So, for instance, when we look at the timeline of the cases we studied, it starts in '92 with Carandiru, and the last one is the murder of Alberto Freitas in a supermarket in 2020. And you can see through that timeline that the cases in the beginning, although there was a denouncement by the black movement, the fact that it was racism did not become mainstream. So this is something that has evolved a lot due to social mobilization, and that's important. I mean, I think we cannot give the Brazilian institutions credit for letting us research about racism in the criminal system, because they don't. It's somebody else deserves credit for that. And then just quickly on Paulo's remark on gender. Well, of course, this is a very quick presentation, but it for sure intersects with the cases that we looked at. Well, the thing is that in Brazil, the direction of state violence will mostly go to men, which does not mean that there is not gendered conception. So, for instance, Gabriel mentioned very quickly the super important role of the mothers in the whole construction of these mobilizations. And we also made an effort when we chose our selection of cases to include a case that has as its victim a woman, a lesbian woman in a city in the countryside of São Paulo, who was murdered after she requested to be searched by a female police officer. And what she heard was, well, you look like a black man, we're going to treat you like a black man. So, of course, there is a gendered aspect to this, and it's super complex, and anyways, I mean, it's a long discussion, but yes, gender is important here, as, I mean, it is with everything else. On Thais' comment, I think it's a super interesting question, but I don't really have an answer. I mean, I think it's a very strong debate in criminal law these days about these symbolic requests for criminalization of discrimination. I tend to think that we are going to make the whole incarceration of black people worse if we go that way, but I understand the people who think that that's a kind of symbolic solution. And on collaboration on civil society for data, yeah, that's basically where we get data from nowadays. It's like civil society research institutes, the Fórum de Segurança Pública, which Dennis, who was here in the morning, Amanda also worked there. Other institutions in Rio also produce relevant data. And here at the school, we've been trying also to think of ways that we can make some data available. But yeah, that's mostly where it's from, and they do a super important job of trying to standardize data that comes from state public security secretariats or the health system, and basically those are the ones that make it into a coherent report that you can look at and understand, because the whole thing is super confusing, different terms, different means of data production, and it's hell to research if you don't have that intermediation. So, yeah.
Gabriel, você gostaria de comentar alguma das perguntas que foram feitas, algumas das reflexões?
Bom, até reforçar, né, agradecer pelas perguntas, pelas palavras também, pelas brilhantes apresentações. Destacar um pouco, né, do quanto a resistência, em particular das mães, mulheres negras, que têm colaborado extremamente para que o Brasil, fortemente para que o Brasil debata o tema da violência institucional. Isso é muito representativo da nossa história de resistência, e a gente precisa muito, em todos os espaços da academia, nos espaços de cidadania, reverenciar, e aí quero dar um conteúdo para essa reverência, a atuação dessas mães e mulheres que lideram a luta para o enfrentamento à violência institucional no Brasil. Acho que sem elas a gente teria muita dificuldade em conseguir estabelecer o debate de enfrentamento à violência institucional. E estarmos à altura da luta que elas fazem implica em estabelecer agendas e prioridades com o poder público, para que a gente saia do atual estágio de coisas em que nós vivemos. É muito grave a situação que passam vítimas e familiares da violência institucional. E é inconcebível, dentro de um Estado democrático de direito, que a consequência da violência institucional seja tratada da forma como é tratada no Brasil. Então, é inaceitável que uma vítima, um familiar, num caso em que o Estado é responsável pela tutela da vida, é responsável pela tutela da segurança pública, possa tratar as pessoas que são vítimas dessa ação da forma como trata. Não estamos falando exclusivamente de algo que é muito importante, que é a investigação, a apuração e a responsabilização. Estamos falando até do atendimento psicológico. As pessoas são maltratadas nos espaços públicos em que o poder público deveria prestar contas da sua atuação. As pessoas passam todos os dias, né, são revitimizadas por essa violência institucional. Não há agenda democrática que a gente possa construir nesse momento importante para a nossa democracia que não tenha como elemento fundante ou fundamental o enfrentamento à violência institucional. Qual é o risco da gente falhar e estabelecer essa agenda política? É reviver os tempos que nós estamos querendo superar. Para quem não sabe, né, o atual ainda presidente da República, ele é uma dessas pessoas que ao longo de toda a sua trajetória política, né, foi defensor da violência institucional. num dos momentos mais icônicos da sua atuação lamentável enquanto parlamentar, foi ofender a presidenta, então, incumbente da República, fazendo referência a um torturador. Esteve ao lado daqueles militares que conspiraram contra a abertura democrática. Né? Ao longo de toda a sua trajetória política, trouxe sempre o discurso aderente e favorável à violência institucional. Então, é para conter a repetição, né, já que a história só se repete como farsa ou como tragédia, como diria um clássico, a gente precisa estabelecer uma agenda democrática que tenha como aspecto fundamental o tratamento das vítimas, a responsabilização daquelas pessoas que são envolvidas em violência institucional, sob pena da gente ver corroer, mais uma vez, a nossa democracia. A democracia, para ser defendida, precisa de agendas concretas, agendas materiais, aderentes aos problemas vividos pela nossa população, e as vítimas da violência institucional, elas merecem essa prestação de contas da nossa sociedade na construção desse projeto democrático.
Obrigada, Gabriel. Tatiana.
Thanks. Thank you all for the questions. Yeah, no, like first, there's not a single country case. There's not a single country case in which institutions should get credit for any recognition. That's not. I mean, that's always the case. And I guess that allows me to go to Mariana's question. I guess for indigenous peoples, like New Zealand, Australia, Norway, like all those countries that have an important indigenous population, but I guess like the histories are so different to the Latin American ones. The colonial encounters have been so different, and also the legal framework is different. What they do have in common is the opposition. When you look at the UN spaces or the universal jurisdiction spaces in human rights, they always face the same opposition. The countries that are opposed to everything in indigenous peoples and now in the rights of people of African descent are New Zealand, Australia, the US, Israel, of course, and then Colombia, because, no, so I guess like when you map only on the resistance, then you would have some comparison that would be interesting and useful. The other one seems to me a little bit complicated from a comparative perspective, which I try to do all the time, but then I guess that's also true and complicated for people of African descent, which is the current discussion at the UN with the declaration that is in process. And then the resistance is actually different, yeah, right? So Latin America is pushing for collective rights because most of the population, the groups in African descent in Latin America have collective rights, and they go under the ILO Convention for land rights, for example. Whereas that's not the case in the US, in the European Union, and in other countries. So African countries, the European Union, the US, are pushing back against the recognition of collective rights because, of course, it's a huge threat to the state, right? Whereas Latin America is like pushing like, we already have this, so you need to include it in the declaration. And the other thing that there's a lot of variation too is in the use of racism, because racism appeared in international law only with Durban in 2001. So like the international declaration uses racial discrimination, uses racial and not racism. It's only in the preamble. And then Durban has racism for the first time, that's 2001. And it has been so difficult to implement and everything. But now at the UN, you see the resistance with systemic racism. So the European Union accepts structural racism, which is the picture at the end, like people are poor, see, yeah? They don't have access to health. That's structural, but that's the picture, like the photo that you take. But they don't want to accept institutional racism, because then you need to analyze all the things that are embedded in their law, in their legal systems. Whereas the permanent forum, which is composed by civil society organizations, is pushing so hard for systemic racism, because also that allows states to do something about police killings, which is the last report You know, so that there's a lot of contention about the terms that you use, and then you can compare those things, but like the histories, you would need like case studies to go in depth, I guess. And I would say quickly that to Marta's point on the role of the judiciary, it's interesting that you can see some progress at the Supreme Court in Brazil. In Mexico is quite the contrary. So I work with several indigenous organizations and organizations of people of African descent, women, all of them. Actually, in Mexico, they're women. And the advice is try not to go to the Supreme Court. Right? What you see at lower levels is better for indigenous rights, and there is some struggle with the rights of people of African descent, but not going to the Supreme Court is key. Because then you get things reversed, and actual racist arguments, like mining doesn't have anything to do with indigenous people's rights. It's like, really, like the mining project is in their territory. It doesn't have anything to do. Like, it's literal. It doesn't have anything to do. Like, in serio, well. So it's not like, it's going higher is more risky in Mexico if you want to, in the judicialization process, right? There is some institutional responses though at the court. So there's a new protocol on cases that involve indigenous peoples, and there's a new protocol on cases that involve people of African descent, which is, I guess it's huge because the recognition is so new. They didn't want to. They wanted them to be a chapter in the indigenous protocol. And the protocol is something that is directed to judges. And they wanted like a chapter for people of African descent in the protocol for indigenous people, which is discrimination 101, right? So like there's a huge protocol for indigenous and for people of African descent, like a chapter. So there's a new protocol. So that's an institutional response. And let's see how judges take that, if they start using it or not. But the court is not a place to go right now. And that goes also to the gender question. And then gender is always there, like in terms of mobilization. For example, the entire process of mobilization for the recognition of rights for people of African descent in Mexico is led by women. All of them are women. It's very impressive. All of them are women. And they have been mobilizing their rights all the time. And also there's a lot of conversation of intersectionality and how to address that. I would say that in Mexico, the thing is that gender right now got track. I mean, like, there's a lot of institutional response in gender, so now you can see, for example, at the judiciary, they have all the data, they had affirmative action for entering the judiciary. They have affirmative policies inside the court and the judges and tribunals, whereas you don't have any of that in terms of ethnic and racial inequality, right? And also, like, there is a lot of work on like trying to do something with intersectionality, like to operationalize that rather than just like quoting. So that's on the social movements part, and also in the institutional response. It is always present. It's also in my database. Gender is a structural inequality that I have mapped, but the response is way better, way better. So it's very impressive because now everyone is using and quoting the protocol for cases of gender violence or gender inequality in the court and in all the judges, whereas the other part, they don't even cite the relevant articles of the Constitution, right? So it's more, I don't know, has more track now. And I guess finally there is a lot of construction of data with social organizations, civil society, because that's the only way that we can work on. So for example, in the case of the disappearance for this community in the north, what I did was just like building the data of people that disappeared in the area with them, and also the parents for disappearance and the actors that are there with them. So the commission didn't know, but they know, right? The state doesn't know, but they know the territory, they know who is there, they know what are the interactions between non-state actors and state actors, and right? So we built a database that we just gave to the National Search Commission, or no, and also with several organizations of people of African descent and indigenous peoples, we have built a lot of information on judicial racism, which is like this idea that there's a gap that is caused and based on racism in access to justice. So there's like, for example, CEPIAD now has this map in which you can show for Oaxaca, Yucatan, and Campeche, 3 states with a lot of indigenous population, what's the distance between every indigenous community and the closest federal judge or tribunal. And of course, like, the map gets red if it gets if there's a lot of distance. So of course, like, you take the map and you start pushing and it gets red, no? And then also we have this typology of how racism manifests in those access, because that's the only way to do it right now. So we're trying to push for something also from the state, but and I guess that's it. No, una cosa, Paula. One thing that there's like this huge conflict now, because there is this parity reform in Mexico. But parity is like 50% women, 50% men as an outcome, which is like very progressive, right? So you have to have parity in all the legislative branch, yeah, at the federal and the state level. In states like Oaxaca, where there is a lot of indigenous population and a lot of mobilization, the parity reform needs to be harmonized with the legal systems of indigenous communities. And then like one part of the social organizations decided that it should be gradual, so you wouldn't break, right, the traditional and communitary systems. And some other organizations think that that's discrimination. So that's actually like the case in which you can see how agendas are mobilized more along gender, which is pretty liberal to that, no, in that regard. And then how agendas are mobilized around self-determination of indigenous community. And there are a lot of instances in which they clash, because it's not necessarily comprehensive. See? Yeah, thank you.
Obrigada, Gabriel. Obrigada, Tatiana. Obrigada, Júlia. A gente agradece a todo mundo. E eu acho que é isso, né? Obrigada.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Sorry about that. So I'm very happy to be here. My name is Thais. I'm a PhD candidate here at FGV. I'm very happy to be here in this table, which I think is going to be super excited. I'm just going to read very briefly the bios of the people that we have here, but they are so amazing that I cannot read everything, so you can go and check at Law Transform website. So starting with Bruce Wilson, he's a full-time professor at University of Central Florida and an associate researcher professor at the CMI Bergen, Norway. Then we have Professor Marta Machado, who's a professor and coordinator of FGV, well, multiple things, so you can also go there and check. Then after that we have Paula Bergalo, who's right here. She's an associate professor at the School of Law and of University Torquato di Tella. And finally, we have Lívia Buzolin, who's also a PhD candidate here at FGV and a law professor at the Franca Law School. So we don't have a lot of time, so in the theme of autocratization, unfortunately, I will have to be a bit of an autocrat with time. Each speaker has 7 minutes, and if you want to resist autocratization, you have 1 minute more, okay? But I will be very strict, because we don't have a lot of time, and discussion is the purpose of the Bergen exchanges. So, Paula is still... No. Maybe Marta should start then.
I have a PowerPoint.
Yes, yours is set there. One moment.
Com medo do tempo, tô com medo de você já. Okay, so good afternoon. For me, it's very special to present this research here. As you know, this is a subject that I started because of Siri, Paola, and Rachel. I was in this project coordinated by Rachel on abortion battles in Latin America. And that was the moment, 2014, I've started to do extensive research on abortion battles in Brazil. And I would never imagine what would happen afterwards. I was very thankful for being that subject that became suddenly like the hot heat of everything. And I would say even like the seeds of the right-wing mobilization we have been seeing now in Bolsonaro and in the streets and etc. So it was an experience, an ongoing experience, because I've been publishing some pieces to make a propaganda. We just published, just went out a paper on trends in Latin America, on anti-abortion trends in Latin America, but I'll try to explain a little bit what I've been doing. And how I form, I would say, this narrative on abortion battles in Brazil. So the idea of the research was to retrace the political process since the Constitution. And of course, I've been expanding since the Constitution, and then we ended up in 2018, and now we are working, and Thais is also part of this, we are working to see what happened during the Bolsonaro government. So the aim is to cover this huge period, but, and in different, so the idea is to trace, so it's a relational framework based on social movement theory, and the idea is to trace mobilization and counter-mobilization. Each one is one in each time. It changes now, I would say. Now we are pretty much in the counter-mobilization. So in different arenas. So we analyze public campaigns, governmental agencies, and normatives published by the Ministry of Health, and etc., international organizations. The Congress, we have the huge data bank on Bill of Laws, and courts, but mainly the Supreme Court. We didn't have the breadth to go through the lower instance, which is, of course, a huge topic now, because now we have anti-abortion judicial activism in the lower courts, but we need a PhD to that. So the idea, so we are paying attention to this movement, what's changing in the field, and what are the legal frames that have been, how the frames circulate among the fields, and how they feed each other, and how the counter-movement and movement, they react to each other. They also react to the international, the transnational diffusion, and etc. But, well, to make a very long story short, I would just go to the next, because I know. So, since 2000, so the turning point in the abortion politics in Brazil was back then in 2006. That's why I say it was kind of a seed of what we see here spread out. So it was, of course, after an attempt that we almost passed a law decriminalizing abortion. At the time, we had the support of the federal government on that law, and it was interrupted by the corruption scandal, so the government totally retreated that project. And that was the trigger that made the anti-abortion side to transform itself totally. So we went from a movement that the Catholic Church, the National Confederation of Bishops, was like they had an office in Brasilia. They would lobby the authorities all the time, and that was it. The main actor since the 50s, the main actor trying to avoid damage in public policies. And in 2006, it was launched a huge social movement called Citizenship for Life, Brazil Without Abortion. And it was really some characteristic. So it was first interreligious alliance between Catholics and evangelicals and Spiritists. That it's something that it's very particular in Brazil. So it was a national movement. They started to run annual marches in Brasilia, and they were like the structure that congregated the small groups and associations throughout Brazil. So we had also a new movement of creation of many NGOs, pro-life NGOs, and medical professional organizations. And what became really, really important, new legal organizations, Catholic jurists and evangelical jurists that became very active in the field too. So they had also an alliance between social movement and parliament. So it was a very fruitful alliance. In 2006, they started a pro-life parliamentary caucus. And of course, in parliament, we have an alliance between conservative caucuses in parliament. They also made, of course, was also a phenomenon that was happening elsewhere. So it arrived here, it was vernacularized here, and there was an expansion of the field of activism. So the organizations that were concentrated in anti-abortion activism started to do anti-gender campaign and expanded the spectrum of incidents, the school's curriculum, and etc. And they started to emulate the repertoires that have so far been used by the progressive movements, so street marches, public campaigns, litigation, and in the last years it was very important. And of course, the adaptation of frames, and especially the legal frames. So as I have little time, I wanted to, so I picked this as a point of discussion. Yesterday, Rachel said in your presentation, so let's face the limits and the problems of human rights. Are we over it? So I think this field has a lot to do with thinking and rethinking human rights, because one of the things, so in the process of adapting the frames, we see is the progressive abandon of religious frame. We see that in other parts, and less religious and moral, and more legal frames. Also, a kind of appropriation of the idea of protecting women, defending democracy, to say that courts shouldn't deal, they have a conservative parliament, so courts should be out of the discussion, they are enemies of democracy. But what I think it's really interesting to see is how human rights are being disputed. And we see in the idea of life and dignity, you see a lot of anti-discrimination discourses. So if the anencephalic case in Brazil, there was a lot of discussion on anti-discrimination and equality, because you are discriminating about against disabled people. And I think one issue that we have been seeing in the abortion field, and it's spread out, is the use of the idea of freedom of conscience, or the claims of conscience, as Riva Siegel is saying, that like the new trend of conservative movements. And we have even, I think there is one case that I just want to end quoting this case. The Brazilian chapter, the Brazilian chapter of the Catholic for the Right to Choose had received a judicial decision to take out their name. You cannot use their name. They cannot use the name Catholic for the Right to Choose, which is like one of the most old organizations on pro-abortion organizations. So, and they have been prohibited to use the name on the basis of religious freedom. So I think this case is like maybe. So we have been seeing this instance of appropriation. Of course, progressive people are complaining a lot, saying, so this is where this was our language, what they are doing it, and I think they are disputing it. That's the game. But I think we are approaching some of the limits, which are like interpreting human rights in anti-pluralist ways. So maybe that's one limit. So I think that was the reflection. And a really last word is that Bolsonaro kind of is an interruption of the train, because he was like, we see like a institutionalization, a progressive institutionalization of the movement through courts, legal discourse, and etc. And Bolsonaro comes and puts another layer and starts hate speech, inflating direct action of anti-abortion movements in front of clinics and etc. So maybe there is a point in law. So I think the question is, what's the role of law? Maybe there is a point in mediating such violent conflicts, but then we have to rethink the role of law and human rights in our cases, in our causes.
So thank you. Thank you to Marta, Siri, Camila, Lara, all the organizers. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Marta, for...
I think they need your power to put your... Is this yours?
No, it's not my PowerPoint.
Marta was precisely on time with 2 minutes of margin of error. But it's okay because she's organizing everything.
Are you looking for it? Yeah. Okay, that's it. So I want to make a statement before starting. It's that you have heard me in Bergen exchanges and in other places arguing that we need a theory of law, and you all know that we need a theory of social change. Now I'm going to argue that we also need a theory of democracy and of big-scale social change and mass society's power too. So this is a claim for us to make a conceptual, I would say, movement towards a larger perspective on all the discussions we've been having, and also between the conceptual and the empirical to relate that shift. And so, I'm not moving it here, yeah. So, I don't know where do I have to, that's it. So, very briefly, the 3 points I want to make. First is a question that I want to propose to you, which is a question about how have we got here in terms of Argentina's movement, which is for me a long-term movement in 4 decades, from 1983 when we regained formal democracy and until next year when we're going to turn 40. So, and I, of course, want to make the clarification that I will be talking about Argentina, but most probably I'm going to give you a perspective from Buenos Aires, which is a part of Argentina, from which we have been reading our history and much more. So the call to look at the macro, the systemic, the long-term, also the process tracing, and the federal, in the case of the territorial dimensions of Argentine politics and society. I also want to give you like a short insight with the case study of abortion law reform, but we could look at parity law reform or violence law reforms. And if we put the three games together, I think we get the complex systems perspective of the story I want to tell you. And then if I have time, I want to say something about the agenda for the future. One thing that you will notice, in a way, I'm going to be disputing the idea of the green wave. I like more other types of metaphors that have long-term roots in this history. It's nothing that has just popped out from the Ni Una Menos movement. Suddenly, it's a long experience of building many roots. I would rather like to use the cathedral, the big cathedral metaphor, or the forest, in which you have an interaction of the human and the nature and many things that you control, and many others that are about lack and many unexpected things that we don't control, and of course, the big background framing of capitalism and its impact in Argentina. So we were there, we were there in 1993, like a big moment in our history. The streets were full of people. Most of the people that voted for President Alfonsín were women. But if you look at the transitional processes and the transitional history you've heard about Argentina, it's mostly about men. And men in the courts, men in the Truth Commission. Now we have a very famous Hollywood movie, or Hollywood-like movie, that tells the story of men in the legal system, the political system, etc. But the ones who elected President Alfonsín with a big gender difference were women, actually. And where were women in the transitional project? Of course, there were the mothers. Of course, there were the women in the Radical Party and the Peronist Party, the women that had been organized by Evita and that had very early participated in Argentine politics. And of course, most of the bases of the human rights movement were also women. Not the leadership, but most of the women working for the human rights movement were there too. And very important leaders of the Truth Commission of Argentina were cultural leaders, and like the ones that I chose to picture there, Magdalena Ruiz Guiñazú and also Graciela Fernandez Mejide. So we have there, like, where were women at a point where they were not in politics. Then we move forward, and we see, you have to click one more. We see like the 2018, 2020 escalation, and like the big picture that has been referred as the green wave thing within Argentina, and then expanding to the region or moving through different countries of the region. And then you see like the streets full of women only discussing about women's rights, abortion before violence. But you also see the president, a bipartisan coalition of women from different parties within the two coalitions now running or competing in the politics of the country. The Senate, the Argentine Conservative Senate in 2020, voting for the legalization of abortion. And you also see the promulgation of the law with ministries of health, ministries of gender and diversity, and genders, actually, not even genders, the legal advisor to the president, the chief of the cabinet of the president. So you see all the institutions involved in the conversation and the structuring of a deal, that it's a very large-scale political deal to legalize abortion. It's something that, in a way, it's very unique also in the Western tradition, because the European experience of the 60s, 70s, and 80s are not as dense and participatory, and as I would say, as bipartisan, and the ones that you see here. So I want to bring them up that also Mariana uses in her class in Law and Development in Argentina, that show you something that is very important: the economic background of all this process of inclusion, of gradual, long-term, 40 years of inclusion. Argentina is one of the 3 countries that have gone through an underdevelopment process in terms of the economy, or one of the only 3 countries in the world that were high-income countries and now are high middle or middle-income countries. The other 2 are Russia and Venezuela, countries with a civil war or external wars with authoritarian regimes, very far from democratic conversations, I would say. And so all this inclusion, which has also taken place in other social groups in Argentina, has been taking place within the background of a terribly bad economic performance. And I want to bring the big picture to show what it means for a country that was the only one in all like the Jaworski and Limoges databases that had a democratic breakdown, being a high-income country. Now this is the country that has a democratic system in operation, challenged by women and many other groups, with a Gini index that is now more similar to Brazil, and it used to be 50 years ago the one of England. A country that has exactly the same GDP of 40, 50 years ago. So that's the economic background of this political fight. So this is the crisis data. I'm going to go very fast. And so we go to the abortion thing. I'm going to be very fast because you heard it in different bargaining exchanges and other presentations. So the institutional background, the quota law, the constitutional reform, shrining political equality and gender as a constitutional clause. It's not a sex equality clause. We have CEDAW in another clause, but we shrined a special provision about gender equality. So this is very important because this is not about a green way. This is about 40 years of affirmative action for women in politics. Women who were the first to use affirmative action for a constitutional convention in history, and women who were also then the ones who drafted the Constitution. Many laws, this is a chart, and this is a thing that I'm not going to show you, but it shows the increase of women. If you put there, like if you look at it, it's going to show you the increase of women in the courts, in the Supreme Court, women in the parliament, women in the executive over 40 years, and all the laws that had been passed in terms of gender in Congress. And it's a 2-minute thing, but it's amazing how many legal events these women together produce in the gender agenda. So this is not a green wave. This is a very long construction of a cathedral of different moments in which we have been enshrining a legal code on gender matters that is very impressive in terms of the formal Congress, of course. The implementation is another challenge. So we can move forward. And then we see the struggle for implementation and all the different things you have heard about abortion, violence, and also parity laws. It was big fights, local, international, regional, human rights bodies, the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, everything. We have used everything to enforce formal laws, to change the interpretation of the laws, and many other things. And we have even developed a network of women implementing in the day-to-day life of the law access to abortion, just like the socorristas, etc. And then we have had many different constitutional debates, but also we have managed to put abortion in the center of a combination of social mobilization, legal mobilization, and political mobilization. And that's what I'm going to argue, that if we need a theory of democracy, we need a theory of democracy of the one, like the 4th generation deliberative democracy families of theories, the one that James Mansbridge and other theorists have put forward about like thinking about deliberative systems and the combination of the social, the political, and the legal as part of that project about building this normative ideal that is about connecting all of us in our life. So this is what you see in the streets, this is what you see in the legal, the last legal important case, and this is what you see in the 2 rounds and the presidential election in which we engaged the president with the debate and a commitment to legalize abortion. So just to show you like what it means to institutionalize this and to leave you with the research agenda maybe for the future that look at these different levels in which we get out of the mobilization and counter-mobilization, the legal mobilization, and we look about democracy and political mobilization and how we engaged and we move forward to this bigger long-term level.
Thank you, Paula. It was really nice. Also on time with a couple of minutes of margin of error. So now we're turning to Livia. Livia, you have the floor. 7 minutes.
I can see closely how you are marking. So first of all, I would like, as like Thais, the PhD candidates here in the table, I would like to thank the bargaining exchanges and FGV generosity towards us, like involving us in the discussion and giving us a seat at the table. I'm kind of nervous because I literally quote everybody in this table on my work, so kind of huge moment. And I will talk a little bit about, it's one chapter of my dissertation on LGBTQ rights in Brazil for the past 35 years since we got our democratic period. What I'm talking about here is 16 rulings from the Supreme Court and also 233 bills on the Congress. So that's where my analysis is concentrated. I also look at a state-centered perspective, how the state actors are dealing with the issue. And I will talk first about Supreme Court. So we have 16 rulings. All of them are in favor of LGBTQ rights in Brazil. And most of our LGBTQ rights in Brazil came from the courts, so it's really specific. The cases, they were trial in in an average of 3.5 years, so it's kind of fast. It's close to another judicial review cases that we have in Brazil. But when you look at the topics, it varies. Like transgender rights is the most controversial one. It took 10 years to be trial, and same-sex marriage at state level took 1 year. So just to give an impression, we also had 56 entities as amici curiae in those lawsuits. So it's a lot of people. And I would like to talk about Grupo Dignidade, it's a civil society organization that has been in 9 cases. And the other one, the second one that has been in most cases, is Anajuri, that is an evangelical lawyers association that is also linked to the Maris Alves, our former Ministry of Women, Human Rights and Family. And of these 16 cases, in 6 of them we had dissent opinion. And the most defeated justice was Marco Aurelio, that later he declared himself as a Bolsonaro supporter. So that's the overview that we have in Supreme Court. And looking at the Congress of these 233 bills, 68% of them are in favor of LGBTQ rights. So we have also a large number of contrary bills as well. The only one that we can say that passed is the law regarding the National Plan of Education. It didn't pass with the original prescriptions about respect to gender identity and sexual orientation. It was really changed over 4 years that when it was discussed in Congress. It was approved in 2014. And then it started this huge backlash in Congress. The next legislature in 2015 is the only one that we have more bills contrary to LGBT rights than in favor. And this backlash is still ongoing. But this was, I think, like Marta mentioned, that 2006 for abortion. I think for LGBTQ rights was 2014, 2015. And, but when we look to specific topics, and that's why the charge here, same-sex union began to be discussed in Congress in 1995. And we had most favorable bills. And then the arrows represent the rulings. So in 2011, Supreme Court said same-sex couples could get in the civil union or stable union. And then you see the backlash, then inverts. You have more contrary bills than in favor. And then decrease in the next legislature. And now it's kind of stable as most favorable. And can I have the button? Thank you. And then regarding gender identity or trans rights is the most, thank you, controversial one because, you went all the way. Yeah, no, yeah, this one. Gender identity and trans rights, as I mentioned, in Supreme Court took longer to be trialed, and even in Congress, we have more bills contrary to transgender rights than in favor. And we had a ruling in 2018 stating that gender marks and and the name could be changed in official documents. And then you see this huge backlash as well that is still kind of going. And then the other topic, it's anti-homophobia and anti-transphobia policies. I'm calling policies because it's broader. It's not just the criminalization, but also creating policies that will prevent people from like leaving schools or not being discriminated at their jobs. So we also have a lot of favorable bills. We have this, Brazil is I think it's the only country that has criminalized homophobia and transphobia through the courts. And this ruling was in 2019 during Bolsonaro's government. And then you see that we have a lot of bills in favor. We have just a few bills that try to go against the ruling, but in a way of protecting freedom of religion. So it's the argument, but it's still in favor of criminalizing the conduct. And I think the last is and now I get to the point that for me is where the discussion is. So regarding sex education, you see the debate did not start in the 90s like the other ones. It started like 2003 and has been going on. And then in 2014, as I said, it was approved, the law. And then now you have a huge number of contrary bills. They are using gender ideology as the argument against sex education. And in 2020, that's the arrow, we have 8 rulings from the Supreme Court. It was the same thing that Juliana was saying in the morning. We have 8 rulings saying that those laws were unconstitutional, because at state level and municipal levels, they were passing laws stating that the schools could not implement gender ideology. And so there was a movement, and then those lawsuits came to the Supreme Court, and in 2020 there's 8 rulings stating that those laws were unconstitutional. But I think now it's where the hot topic is and where the debate is going to be. There's also a debate about conversion therapy, National Pride Day, blood donation by men who have sex with other men, also the military penal code. But those discussions were not that controversial. They are going on in the both arenas, but I think now this is the stage where we should be paying attention and where the disputes are. So thank you very much.
Okay, that was actually really, really interesting. Thank you. And I'd like to thank the whole organizing crew, particularly Lara, who has been amazing, absolutely amazing. Thank you. So there's actually been quite depressing conversations for the last few days, right? Because people have been focusing on everything that has gone belly up. And I think it may be worthwhile taking just a short time to take a breath, step back. I'm probably the oldest person in this room now, and this is the first this has hit me how old I am, because I don't normally say this. The last 20 years in Latin America have seen a tectonic shift in LGBTQ+ rights. And I think we shouldn't lose sight of that. But we should also understand how we ended up there and understand what the challenges are that are still there, as we just heard on some of these other ones. And in many other issues, not just on this particular rights question. And to say that is not to ignore the fact that violence is still prolific, getting worse in many countries, and that the tectonic shift was not in every country in Latin America, but it has been. I mean, currently, for example, the vast majority of people in the Americas live under laws in countries that allow same-sex marriage. And it's not that that's the be-all and end-all, but the one thing about same-sex marriage is it animates a ton of other laws. So you no longer have to litigate for them, right? And this is actually quite important. But it's not a panacea in and of itself. So the shift in Latin America, I think, was also quite surprising. And it's a paradox, of course, right? Latin America, as people have mentioned already, had been historically an incredibly violent place, very anti-democratic. It's very homophobic, misogynistic. It's the macho, right? I mean, this is the classic understanding of historically how Latin America was. And yet here we are, 20 years later, where same-sex marriage is quite prolific across the region. Argentina alone has 20,000 same-sex marriages have been certified. This is not in the papers every day. This is actually quite often is a personal matter that is below the radar. People don't notice, they don't comment on this. So the other part of the paradox is that support for gay rights or LGBTQ rights is actually still quite low, right? And it seems to have plateaued in many countries. Although Brazil has now got, I think, majority support for same-sex marriage, but nearly every case in Latin America, with the exception of Uruguay, when same-sex marriage was legalized, it was a minority position. The majority of the population was actually opposed to those laws. And nearly every one of these cases was ultimately decided in the courts. Even places like Mexico, where it started as a political question, it finished as a litigated question. In Argentina, started as a political question, ultimately decided as a litigated one. So the other thing I wanted to talk about is that there is a distinct backlash. And I think there's a few things that have happened in Latin America. And there's shifting sands in politics where evangelicals have started to rise and political parties have also started to shift where they think their catchment votes are. So you can think about people who used to be lefties, right? Like the president of El Salvador, who was elected as an ally of LGBT people, and then promptly went after them because he realized that there's a lot more votes to be had by appealing to evangelicals than to appealing to gay people or lesbians. Maduro, traditional Latin leftist who's anti-homosexual because he is. Or Ortega, if you think about, I wouldn't call these people necessarily left, right? I mean, this is classic caudillo politics. But he made a deal, you could say, with the devil, it was actually the Catholic Church, to shift the support and originally to make homosexuality illegal again, right, before it shifted back. So these are parties that are looking for ways to shift and stay in power and solidify their things. So I think that's one thing we really need to focus on. And the other thing is, even in countries where there have been these pushbacks against LGBT rights, like in Honduras, for example, I think they've tried to change the constitution to make it a 3/4 requirement to change the one man, one woman part of the constitution. Guatemala attempted to fire the human rights ombudsman for flying a gay rainbow flag from his building. And on the other hand, there's people like Piñera, right? Classic conservative, who's supporting gay rights. So it seems like the days of maybe what we thought were like progressive left politics versus, it's 5 I've got left or 5 I've done?
Done.
Okay. So these are things I think that we need to start focused on. And I think one of the things that many of the people in the room whose work I've read over the years, we tend to focus almost exclusively on the courts as opposed to the other part of the story, right? And that is like where this nexus is between law and politics. And I think sometimes we fall short on that part to see what is actually happening on the ground and how politics is actually changing. The other thing, and I'll finish with this point, that I think is important to understand is that the Inter-American Court decision that took place in 2018. Now, on the surface, it seemed like a very, very clever maneuver in Costa Rica by the executive that could not push a same-sex marriage case through the Congress, and they couldn't get trans rights through the Congress. And so they submitted it to the Inter-American Court for a consult. And normally, you'd have to go to the commission, and it takes like 12 years or 24 years or something. This took 18 months. Now, understand that the court is based in San Jose. They released the result 3 weeks before a presidential election, and they flipped the outcome almost entirely. I mean, thankfully, it went to a second round, and then it calmed down a bit. But the party that came in second went from having 3% support to about 30% support on the basis of the Inter-American Court releasing this result right before an election in the country that they're actually in. I asked them why they did that. They said, oh, we didn't know there was an election on. Like, they did not understand that there was an election. So, okay. And I think they don't ride taxis, so they never talk to taxistas, and so they never get to understand what's actually happening in the country they're living in. So, and I'll stop there. That's my 7 minutes.
Perfect. Okay, so thank you very much for all the panelists. I'm going to use my prerogative as a moderator to ask 2 questions. One of them is for Marta, who was talking about appropriation of human rights and fundamental rights discourse. And this brings to a discussion that we have discussed about, but it would be nice to hear you here, on questioning about the substance of fundamental rights and human rights. Do we have a substance? Or do you at least have, even if a provisional path, to start discussing a way in which, for us to protect them and make them maintain their emancipatory promise? Or are we doomed to people just using them the way they want to? And the second one was, I was very interested in hearing Paula's agenda for the future, and she didn't have the time to talk about that. So you have the floor when you're answering the other questions for the people. Do we have questions? Okay, so Raquel, maybe we should collect 3, if we have them, and then go back to the panelists.
Thank you for the wonderful presentations. I have a question for Marta and Paula. I wonder if you could explore more on the conservative alliances, both in Brazil and in Argentina. And I'm particularly interested not only in what we traditionally think about the conservative agenda, but also on economic conservatism and anti-abortion instances. If you have a few words on that, I would love to hear. Thank you.
Okay, so let's do Mariana, and then we go there to Carlos.
So I have a question for Paola, and this is bringing back a conversation we have been having for years, but also a debate that we had in the first panel in this event, which is, where are the institutions in your mapping, right? So I think today I understood better your question yesterday on the climate change panel, where you're asking where is the dialogue between legal forms and political discourse. But I want to know where you're putting institutions in this picture. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm particularly interested to hear Marta's and also Paula's information, if you have, and even for the other 2 panelists, about the international connections that the anti-rights movements are having, because I know that there's a lot of struggle there, and I imagine that because of our emphasis on political inscriptions, academia has more information about the ones that we, like the struggles that we support. But it seems to be like, I remember, for example, on LGBT rights and anti-abortion rights, there were like this bus that was moving all around Latin America for the gender education thing. So I don't know if there are, yes, chapters and how you're seeing their international network of these groups.
Anyone else? Or okay, so I want to be democratic, so I wanted to ask Bruce and Livia one question as well. You both talked a lot about progressive changes and then conservative backlash, or even backlash from people that actually just needed to ally with other people in order to gain power. But I was wondering if you have information or ideas about counter movements that come from the left, because historically, gay marriage or same-sex civil unions have been very much aligned to neoliberal policies. It's a way of, just perpetuating the idea of the liberal nuclear family. You have a lot of discourses in the Brazilian Supreme Court decisions on how love and family should prevail, when in fact, should we aim for progressive change while we are reestablishing discourses on what an appropriate family is, particularly when this has so many impacts to Black communities. Tatiana? Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering, Livia and Bruce, if you could talk about more about other rights after what comes after same-sex marriage, right? Because then we have a lot of countries, as Bruce said, like the picture is now better, you know, the right exists. But then we have also seen challenges to, for example, policies for adopting kids, right? So it seems that we accept some part of the recognition, and then you can get married, like even though marriage is like a pretty conservative institution, right? But then you don't develop all the rights that you would imagine that would come with those. So I was wondering if you can talk about those situations.
So we don't have a lot of time left, so I was going to suggest that we start with Bruce. Autocracy is back again, so 3 minutes. You can start.
Okay, so start with the last question. I mean, this question about, well, it's your question as well, about whether this is a construct that's tied in with the whole neoliberal thing. The interesting thing here is actually, and there are people from Mexico, so I shouldn't say too much here because they'll know much better than I do, but when the Mexican case was made for same-sex marriage, it wasn't made about men and men living together, but it was actually an attempt to recognize what families actually look like in Mexico, where there would be a mother and a daughter and the daughter's children. Or so it was trying to capture, and I think that's what made it actually easier to sell, not just at the court but also like nationally. Yes, it's a family. It was how do you protect sort of like the economic interest and the social interest of a family rather than being exclusively about LGBT people. The other thing is that the type of part of the backlash that you've seen, you can see this incredibly clearly in the United States right now, is the use of rights language to push back against other rights. And then they start talking about this hierarchy of rights, right? And so they'll say that the freedom of religion beats out all these other ones, right? And this is the same arguments that they used in the 1950s and the 1960s to keep blacks and African American people in areas to discriminate against them. It was all biblical. It was all, I don't need to serve these people because the Bible says that these are not the same as me. The Mormon Church until the 1970s sometimes said that black people were marked by the devil. This kind of stuff. So these sort of arguments were used historically, and they're coming back again now. And you can see this sort of pushback where they would say, well, I don't have to bake a cake for you in my business because you're gay and I don't like that. My God says that you're going to hell, so you don't need a cake.
Thank you very much. Livia?
So I'm going to try to mix the two questions as well. So when we look to the left, actors in Congress, yes, there's a lot of them that are presenting bills against LGBTQ rights. There are also parts of them that are part of the evangelical bench as well. So you don't have, I was in my data set, I was also trying to find a pattern of who is doing what, and there's no pattern. You have also, in 2000, during Bolsonaro's government, the person that presented the most bills against abortion and against LGBTQ rights is a woman. So you also have like the gender and sexuality thing going against. I'm very in favor of gender and ideology as well. So that's really, it's also like saying, it's also diverse how they are unfolding in Congress. And also regarding implementation of those rights, yes, we also have problems because if you think, for example, for transgender people to change their names and gender marks in official documents, in 2018, the Supreme Court said, oh, okay, now you don't need surgery, just go to the notary and change this, but then the fee is so high that it can get more expensive to go directly to the notary than to go to the courts, when you can ask for justiça gratuita, like the free fees for justice. So it's also like, first they give the ruling, and then kind of it's for other people to think the day after. So also with the same-sex marriage, when they ruled in 2011 that they could live in a civil union or a stable union, people went to the notary to get married, and the notary said, no, I'm not marrying these people. And then it took like in 2013 to have another provision that our Council of Justice said, no, you cannot refuse to marry those people. So it's kind of, it's always like there's a ruling, and then there's the day after, that it takes a lot of work and thinking and finding new strategies. So yeah, I think I cover. Oh,
thank you, Livia. Paula?
Thank you for all the questions. So first, Raquel, I think that we have to differentiate like the conservative movements at the local level in the conservative provinces, where the fight there is about implementing the law and resisting and doing like the grassroots work to face the conservative landscape in many of the local provinces, and also work with the federal government to break the local power structures. But at the national, federal level, the challenge there for me now, it's the participation of the women movement. Now that we are playing in the big politics scenario, the challenge is to help to create the party of women in the sense of the history of the Democratic Party in the US, and probably something that is happening here with the alignment of progressive movements with one side of the political arena. So for me, the challenge is to build something that is more similar to the European context, where you have women's agenda in a bipartisan way, like where you will have, for instance, the care agenda, which is actually now in the center of our collective concerns, something that is bipartisan. So, and as we have a kind of bi-coalitional system now, to work within the parties, within each of the coalitions that lean more to the center and can have the dialogue and hold in the center for the future of the gender agenda. And so that's the challenge. And because we have new challengers that are like libertarians, that are against abortion and with like the traditional thing that we see in other places, the challenge is to resist the push to the right and together. So for me, that's the challenge and what I'm working on. And then Marianne, about the institutions. I don't think that we can put the PowerPoint, but the 3 slides that I moved very fast about the social mobilization, the political mobilization, and the legal mobilization, if you look at the circles, these were where the institutions were and where the actors were. And of course, I'm thinking about institutions from the organizational side. And so I'm very clearly thinking about like the rules of the structure of the organizations as the key actors in building like the deliberative system, if you want, and also I'm concerned about the transmissions between and the connections and nexus among those things. And I also want to put to a dimension that we haven't talked that much, and I think it's clear, it's key, which is the leadership. It's not only the organizational design, the organizational structure, but also the within actors, the leadership, the actors in the leadership, which are key, and we haven't discussed them much. And also for women and gender more broadly, the perception that you are in a leading role and how it changes when you are just like in the battle, in the systemic battle. And so it's more like there, and it's all over if you look at my graph, but I haven't had time for that. And about the international connections, I'm not like concerned at the federal and big national discussion. I'm concerned about the ties with the local conservative actors, where they could be building a process like the one that the conservatives did in the US, which is to window with what we have done. So they can replicate our style of organization and work for a couple of years or decades to replicate our organization. And so that's why the participation of the women movement and the agenda is key to face that.
both at the federal and the local levels. And so about the research agenda, there are all these things that were in the slide that I only want to mention about these, like the coalition building and the divisions within the movement are key for this debate about the future of the participation of the agenda and how the gender dimensions are going to play out in big politics in Argentina.
Thank you, and we're closing with Marta.
Okay, very fast, difficult questions. The fact that I have little time helps me. So, Thais, about the substance of human rights, I resist very much this idea. Like, I really come to the field and I try to see human rights as a language, a legal frame that is being disputed. And if it's, of course, it has an authoritative and a symbolic power. That's why everybody wants to frame that on human rights frames, to use that. So it has been used and reshaped and have been used in many conservative moments. It has been used to justify wars. So I think for me it's a little bit surprising that even in the academia we want to protect that so much as to accept that people are disputing and reshaping and redefining human rights. So I think that's my approach. So I really want to see how this process of reshaping is going on. But I do think that I do think there is the limit, and I think that limit of using human rights to anti-pluralist ways, like to exclude, that maybe could be, but that's something that I want to test. That maybe could be one limit of how much we can expand and reshape. I think there is a lot to do to talk about conservative alliances, and it's an open agenda, and I hope we do it together. But of course, we are the moral discourses are like a smoke screen, and underneath we have the drive and the political uses of populist discourses. So it's easy to feed the political and the populist discourse with moral battles. So it's being used a lot about, to that aim, with that drive. And there is, of course, a political economy of using the political economy of moral battles. We see. If we look closer, we see evangelical churches they have a business, and it's a way to conquer the base. My colleague Mario the other day was like, we are discussing this, and he was saying that's also a very useful tool to win elections without public policies. Like you can really convince people to vote without offering public policies. So I think there is a whole new agenda that we are trying to explore together. Also, Elena was one that was always saying, what's the political economy of it? So I think it's a very promising. And of course, it's an alliance. You've heard about the BBB caucus in Congress. It's like Boi, Bala, and Biblia. So they form those interests. Those interests form a conservative alliance, and they support each other. So I think there is a lot to be unpacked on that. And of course, Carlos, I think this is something that is totally connected in international networks. So I think the transformation in the movement in 2006, of course, the Catholic Church was mainstreaming international. It's an international organization. They are mainstreaming their documents and etc. and their frames. But I think in 2006, when we have this transformation of the anti-abortion movement into a social movement, that was the moment that I describe like this: that we see like the vernacularization of what was the openness. That was an opportunity. That all that package, that anti-ideology package that was circulating internationally, landed really heavily in Brazil. And I think that's an ongoing process. And all these NGOs are taking part in those international fora to discuss anti-gender ideology, etc. And with our former Minister of Family, Women, Family and Human Rights, the minister was reframed to include family. She was one of the leaderships that was leading Brazil, like we were internationally seeing newspapers saying Brazil is like one leadership now in the anti-gender ideology international mobilization. So it's something that is already, it's not, I don't have data on it. My dream is to build a network analysis of all that. So if anybody wants to do that, I would love to take part, because I would also love to understand the financing dimension. And so I think that's a huge agenda, and I would love to go for it if anybody wants.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the organization. Laura, as always, thank you so much. Should we have coffee and then the panel? Yes.
get to the panel. Well, it's an honor for me to moderate this panel on academic freedom under threat, resistance, and new research agendas. I know that most of you know each other from the other days. I unfortunately was able only to follow part of this meeting virtually, but I have here Adriana Sanctis from the LOUD, that is a Center on Authoritarianism and Liberalism in Brazil, and at the University of São Paulo, Bruce Wilson, that you already know from other panels, and Karina Ansolabehere from the National Autonomous University in Mexico. I'll follow the order in the program, if that's fine for you. Oh, okay, and so then we start with Adriana for 5 minutes to 7 minutes. I will just send you a note for 2 minutes limit, okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for this wonderful event and this opportunity to discuss with you this very central and important topic. Especially thanks to Lara for organizing everything, and to Marta for this invitation, and to Michelle. So I'll start this few minutes I have by sharing a broad picture of a research on the state of academic freedom in Brazil that we just published by LOUD, this research center that we founded in 2019 to study liberties and authoritarianism in Brazil. So this is the cover of the report for those who want to get into more details. I'll just bring the broad picture. So basically this report is based on the information from the mass media that we collected, and also a survey, a national survey that had 1,116 academics as respondents. And this survey was done and developed in partnership between LOUD, SBPC, and Observatório do Conhecimento. And we analyzed in this report basically the data from this survey and the press media that we collected, from taking the framework from GPPI, which is the Global Public Policy Institute, that developed this pyramid, very interesting pyramid that helps us see different levels, state or national, university level, and individual level where academic freedom may be threatened. This pyramid also shows different methodologies and forms by which researchers can collect information on academic freedom, especially because some of the information on threats to academic freedom may just be accessed or assessed through talking directly to the academic community. So this is why we use a national survey as a way to get a broader picture of the state of academic freedom in Brazil. So to give you a brief few notes about this broad picture. So 58% of respondents know people who, in Brazil, know people who had illegitimate outside interference in their research or teaching. And also more than 1/3 of the respondents mentioned limitations that suggest some kind of self-censorship. So we as academics have a kind of intuition, or we've heard cases about self-censorship and threats to academic freedom. Some cases are reported in the press, they are on the newspapers, but we also found through this research, and I'll show you very quickly so you can take a look. We have 3 tables here, a table showing the university level, a table showing the country level, and a table showing the individual level. I'll just leave it there so you can read while I pass through the next point. So basically, we found from the categories that GPPI offered in its pyramid from 37 categories. Only 8 of them do not appear in the data that we collected from the state of academic freedom in Brazil. So basically these threats vary from milder threats to graver threats, of course, but we have a great variety of threats to academic freedom in Brazil right now, and we are talking about threats that were actually done and were transformed into action, and others that were in the forms of bills or forms of threats that did not transform into action yet. So to give you some examples from the range of categories, it goes from institutional issues such as interference in the choice of teens that we've all heard of. Another case, a bill aiming at closing a university for alleged Marxist ideologies, and also on individual issues, cases like reprimands for the expression by academics on social media, and also complaints of alleged Marxist cultural ideology, or even a case of researchers who were physically attacked for disclosing research information on the presence of pesticides in water. So we have a range of cases, and to finish this, this few points, I'll just add to the question what we as academics could do to address this situation and to respond to the threats to academic freedom. So the first point that I'd like to add is researches like this one, so surveys like this one that was done by organizations composed by academics is itself a good example of resisting threats to academic freedom, so mobilizing basically what academics do best and academic expertise to shed light to the threats to academic freedom. So this is one point that I'd like to add to this discussion. And also in this sense, I would add another specific agenda for the legal academia, since we are amidst a context that is very positive, that is an international context that goes in favor of protecting academic freedom. So we have cases and we have documents and material being produced in the Inter-American and European human rights system already. We have that being produced by the UN rapporteurs. So maybe we should, especially in Brazil, that the point of academic freedom is usually limited to discussing university autonomy, we should build a stronger notion, a stronger doctrinal idea, legal idea of academic freedom, so we can avoid setbacks in a legal sense, a very using our traditional privileged position as lawyers to dispute legal interpretation and to create legal doctrine. And my last point is a point that emerged from the first sections of these days of discussion, that is more effective ways of communication in academia. So maybe we should make it a priority, transforming academic production, academic products into better ways of communication, so we could more clearly connect the agenda of academic freedom to the quality of democracy, and change it from this idea, from this false idea that is usually shared today, that academic freedom is something linked to corporatism, or something that worries just academics, and show that academic freedom is a point that should worry everybody, the society in general, that is closely linked to democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the data for us to think about this. Now I have Bruce.
Thank you. Right before Somoza moved to Paraguay for his exile and got blown up, he claimed that he didn't want an educated populace, he wanted oxen. And what I'm going to talk about here is actually about the United States, not about Nicaragua, but the parallels are quite clear. Florida, where I work, is sort of like an incubator for other crazy ideas that then get exported to other parts of the United States. And there's an actual organization called ALEC that writes up laws that get shopped around. So if it works in one place, they'll take the same law and give it to a different state. As you see a lot of, if you put it through Turnitin.com, it would all be binging all over the place with plagiarism, because it's the same language. Anyway, so Florida's, and in many ways, Florida is like the capital of Latin America, right? For better or worse. Self-appointed, I might add. But the shift in Florida has been really, really quick. From in 2020, when George Floyd was murdered by the police, all the Florida schools, including all the political appointees, put out statements about structural racism in the United States. Much like we were hearing about this morning in Brazil, right? You can't talk about American politics without talking about structural racism. 2 years later, the governor pushed through a bill called HB 7, which is called Stop the Woke Act. Like, woke is it's a bad thing apparently in the United States, right? This is how people tar it. And it's also dubbed the Don't Say Gay bill, which is sort of it parallels between what we were talking about a minute ago and now, that a lot of the explanation for the need to change how we teach at K-12, like, you know, the elementary schools and high schools, and how we teach at the universities, is predicated and framed in a way that people find appealing, right? I mean, academics don't, they're horrified, but people in general, and it's done in a way of talking about parental rights. So you as a parent don't want your child hearing about gay people. So this is now a prohibition. So if you happen to be in a same-sex relationship and you're a school teacher, you're not allowed to have a picture of your partner, that kind of stuff. So it changes quite a lot. But that's at the lower level. What they've also done at the K-12 level is they farmed out the new curriculum for social sciences, for social sciences, like about government, to a small Christianist college in Michigan. They paid them a boatload of Florida taxpayers' money to this know-nothing school run by evangelical Christians to rewrite things. So now it says that what the kids are learning at school, and this is why it concerns us at the university, what the kids are learning is that the separation of state and church is a fiction, right? This is the new normal. This is what kids in Florida are now learning in school. And it never said that. It was never meant to say that. It was not even implied. It's been taken by woke people and made to do this. At the university level, they're doing something similar. And the fear for them at the university level is that there are these surveys that exist of students. And the surveys, they interview them in their freshman year, like their first year, and then they interview them in their fourth. And surprise, surprise, after 4 years of education, their political ideas have shifted a little bit. So of course, the logical explanation for that is there's a bunch of communist doofuses in the universities teaching them communist thought, right? So they decided that at the university level, we're not allowed to talk about critical race theory, we're not allowed to talk about, a host of different things. And the mechanism for implementing that is that students can now record anything I say, and then they can report you directly to the politicians in Congress, in the Florida House. And this had something of a chilling effect. So the pushback has been the litigation by the faculty union, and they took it to the courts, but of course they lose in the first instance because Florida courts are either politically elected, either going to be Republican, or they're appointed by the governor, which makes them even more Republican, and they're nearly all from the Federalist Society. Like the Florida Supreme Court is a vast majority is now from the Federalist Society, so they've bought themselves a court. So they was kicked out for not having standard. Faculty had no standing to talk about their freedom of speech being challenged. Once it left the state, of course, then it can get appealed to a federal court, and that was a bit easier. Then we have somebody who can say, no, this is, the state has to explain why they think faculty are not allowed to say what they know to be true. And it's a really interesting argument on the part of the state. They say there's no First Amendment's the one that protects freedom of speech. There's no First Amendment infringement of faculty's right to speech because faculty, wait for this, are government employees, and the government speech doctrine says you cannot say things in your capacity as a government employee that contradicts what the political elite of that party, that state, believe in. What's the ramification of that? It would effectively strip of any freedom of speech. Okay. The other thing they did was they said that academic experts were no longer allowed to testify publicly against things that the state, i.e. the Republican Party in the state, had pushed. So on election laws that they've been fudging massively, they refuse to allow any university faculty from the state who are experts in this area to turn up and testify about what was actually happening and what this actually meant. The other one is this faculty. They have a survey of, it's not mandatory yet, apparently it's going to be at some point soon, is a survey of student attitudes and of faculty attitudes, because they're convinced that we're all a bunch of communists, and so they want us to fill out this form and say what we believe in, which of course is also unconstitutional in the United States. So yeah, so I must apologize because I don't actually have a solution to any of this. I just wanted to tell a story, right? And I'm going to pick your brains about what can actually be done and how this is going to be pushed back against. So I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. Now I'll let Karina then present.
Thank you, Michelle. I must confess, I will start confessing, that when Lara told me, do you want to participate in this roundtable, I said yes, and I think 5 minutes, different from the email. And I thought, but I was a member of the Academic Freedom and Human Rights Committee of LASA, Latin American Studies Association, so I can talk about my experience in this committee. But then I panicked and starting to elaborate a little bit more. And now I want, maybe I will be the optimistic part of the table. That's only to contradict Bruce. So my question is if when we are talking academic freedom now, we are seeing the emergent social movement that is organizing. Because I think that the academic freedom agenda now is standing in different places at different levels than we saw before. So I want to start mentioning what's the framing. Now academic freedom is framing as a human right and a right, as a right. No? Let me read the Special Rapporteur of the Promotion and Protection of the Right to Freedom of Opinion and Expression of the UN's Human Rights Council in 2020 defined academic freedom as a basic aspect of freedom of opinion and expression. In this end, he highlights the central role that academic institutions and the communities of people that compose them have in democratic society because they promote critical reflection on the course of social life, the generation of knowledge, and the constant search for the improvement of people's living conditions. That's why it considers that threats to academic freedom endanger the dissemination of information and knowledge, central component of the freedom of expression. And the United Nations Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights consider that members of the academic community, individually or collectively, are free to pursue, develop, and transmit knowledge and ideas through research, teaching, studying, discussion, documentation, production, creation, or writing. Academic freedom includes the liberty of individuals to express freely opinions about the institution or system in which they work, to fulfill their functions without discrimination or fear of repression by the state or any other actor, to participate in professional or representative academic bodies, and to enjoy all the international recognition human rights applicable to other individuals in the same jurisdiction. So, Be Democracy has produced a new index, the index of the academic freedom index, and frames the academic freedom index or the academic freedom concept at the right to the people to knowledge and science. So, do we have? I think that a framing is developing about academic freedom as a human right, a fundamental right, and it signals, and if you want to read the report, it's available at this page, that 19 countries decrease in the level of academic freedom. In the Americas, the main country, one of the main countries are Brazil, Nicaragua, Venezuela, but the United States. And seeing that, I think now we are facing the creation of organizations, of civil society organizations to defend academic freedom. The Scholars at Risk Network, the organization like you, and the kind of organization that the scholars are doing around the world is, I think, is a good news. It's a good strategy to start to organize and globally put this topic in the agenda. My main question regarding to this is how we can overcome the discourse of privilege or privileged status of the academics or the scholars in the public space. So I think it's okay for now. And
okay, thank you very much for the panelists. As the other panels, I'll take the prerogative. I guess that we have different levels of conversation about thinking about what is happening with academic world today, and thinking about, I would like to move on thinking about that there's different types of what we can name as organizational paradoxes that we have at the university level, higher education level, would be like control versus autonomy, stability versus change, competition versus collaboration, exploitation versus exploration. So then we have cycles of constraints in the academic world in the history, but then comes the question that when it comes to the indignity of our work, right? So I would like you to elaborate maybe a little bit more, and thinking about the key that many scholars have been claiming about the impact of neoliberalism in the work of the universities and higher education that takes place in a different way in different systems, such as the US and Brazil, thinking other Latin American countries, thinking about the public universities. But I guess that, so I would like you to elaborate on this. What do you think is the role that the neoliberalism ideology has a role in what is happening? And then, secondly, I would like to hear from you, what is the alliance that you see from neoliberal policies with authoritarian governments that are still stressing even more the policies towards the universities. May Adrienne start and then we follow? Yeah.
Okay, that's a big and difficult question to answer, but what came to my mind, I think there are 2 points that I'd like to address. So, the first one is, well, of course, when we think about the impact of neoliberalism, we think about prioritizing some topics and some issues, and this directly impacts legal academia, and some of the issues that are usually connected to minorities and connected to social demands and things like that usually go unaddressed. So that's one thing. The other is there is a general discourse of productivism that we can see even in the empirical research that we did with the surveys that comes when academics tell that they are usually reprimanded for actions and other things, and basically the reason that is given through the formal and through the university bureaucracy discourse is through productivism. So usually, there are cases of academics telling that they could not join certain groups, or they were taken out from certain spaces at the university because they were not productive enough, but there were also other agendas and other points that were going on. So in this sense, productivism comes as a difficult point in the discourse of legitimizing other threats to academic freedom. And the other point that I'd like to add, and I think they connect very well, is in the survey that we collected, basically, there were 2 points that were surprising, at least when we compare them to the information that we have from the newspapers. So there are some things that we usually hear about, but there are 2 points that we should take into account. One of them is many of the accounts that were registered through the survey tell about threats by students, and many of these threats are connected to a sense of consumerism. Yeah. So the students are there to be educated in a certain way, and when this doesn't happen, then there are ways that they somehow threaten academic freedom, at least in the way that the accounts go. So, and the other point is that some of the legitimate interference that are reported by the academics basically come from the ethics committees. So there is a difficult point in including or excluding things from the regulation that ethics committees apply. So productivism is also included in this point, and the limits of language. So the kind of language that is used, if there is legitimate enough reasons for that to be a point, and other elements that well, I will not enter into detail here, but I think that's another point that we should think about. Thanks.
Thank you. Bruce.
Okay, just to keep it brief, I mean, I don't think we're at the beginning of our period of pushback, although this is a historical pattern. I mean, the reason tenure exists in the United States is from previous periods, from the 1920s, again in the 1930s, the 1950s with the Red Scare. This is where tenure came from. This is why it was allowed and why jurisprudence from the court has always done that. Right now we're having this whole new period. But I think it's a qualitatively different pushback. I think there's a pattern of politics now that you see in the United States, including where the goal is not necessarily a broad goal to win a battle, it's to knock people off balance, right? So in this case, you don't really know how to teach your classes anymore, but you do need to spend time figuring out how to do it. In the meantime, you can't do other things. And so your idea that you have this tenured position, which I appreciate is a very privileged position to be in, but there is a reason why tenure existed. And so they're having tenure review, they're having like post-tenure review. This kind of stuff is all designed to make you less focused, make you unbalanced. You see it from Trump during his period. This is exactly what he did all the time, without actually having an agenda. So it's not driven necessarily by neoliberalism or anything else like that. At least this is my perspective. And again, unlike the two other papers, I don't have the data that you have right now because we're at the beginning of this period. Maybe it's premature to be quite so nervous about this, but it does look like we're heading down at that path.
So I think we certainly I agree with you that we have cycles on this, and I was thinking in the history of the Southern Cone exile, professors that went to Mexico, or many of them to Brazil or Norway or Sweden, or and the universities received them. So it's not this kind of threats are not new, but I think that from neoliberal politics, I want to differentiate between science and technology policies and universities. And I think that universities, and I'm talking about universities, I know that academic freedom is much more than only higher education, but I'm talking about universities. I think that universities in many ways resist this kind of science and technology policies, and they finally, but because of the incentive structures and whatever, they are starting to go to this kind of productivism way of academic work that maybe sometimes disconnect the academic. The academia with the social movement. But I think that in many ways universities and the academic community exercise resistance from these kind of policies, and I think it's two ways.
Okay, thank you. So I'll pick the questions from the audience. If you may identify yourselves, I don't know, and then I can help the panelists. So Clara and...
Thank you all for the lectures. They were really interesting. In my, it's actually a comment for Bruce. He talked about the laws in Florida, about how professors cannot say what the ideology and etc. And in Brazil we had a similar case. In the state of Alagoas, we had a law that was called free school, or Escola Livre, which prevented professors from saying things that they believed that it was ideological. And in order to counter that, protests were made to the STF, so it's the Brazilian Supreme Court. And then I would like to ask if in Florida is it possible to go to the, I don't know, the appealing court, I don't know how it's called, or if not, or even the United States Supreme Court, I don't know if that's something that they would decide on. Thank you.
Our second question here. If you can say your first name, please. Thank you.
Sure. And thank you. It was a really interesting panel because you're taking quite diverse positions on this. But obviously, the question I'm thinking of, right, the opportunity structure for building the kind of broad coalition that you're talking about, Carrie, is massively different, right, in all of our contexts. And I do think the question about neoliberalism and funding models and organizational models, you know, those are battles we've been fighting for decades in the universities, and this is in some ways another part of that cycle. But the questions that I have, or the concerns I have, I guess, about it are like the possibilities for private-public alliances around these questions. I think we're seeing that in some places, and in some places that looks like it's new. The question about alliances with students, because sometimes that happens and sometimes it doesn't, and obviously I don't know if it's that the right are weaponizing students or just that there are a lot of right-wing students in Florida, right, and other places. And then the other thing that we've been talking a little bit about in the breaks is about the need for us to be really proactive in terms of training ourselves, right? And, you know, ethics committees, protocols about sexual harassment, discrimination. Some places they're mandatory, some places they're not allowed to be within the university. So, but I do think that there's a question about, you know, universities being fit for purpose and in step, and that's also part of this conversation.
Olivia.
It's just a brief question for all of you. I want to reflect, for you to reflect a little bit about how Bruce was mentioning that tenure was one of the answers and how to deal with the problem. But since we are seeing so much of labor rights attack, what guarantees should we be aiming to? Where should we go and think about this kind of subject? Thank you.
Great question. We have one. Oh, but I guess. Sorry, we have one here. Yeah.
No, well, just a comment. In this case, I am far more pessimistic than before the panel, because yeah, I realized I mean, I hadn't noticed so much complication in this field because. We have the kind of things that we have seen in the abortion and sex, what we were talking about with Marta, and now the appropriation. I mean, at the beginning there was this campaign saying, professors can say whatever they want because there are minorities that are being damaged, which is to a certain extent very, very true. But then we have this reaction from the conservatives saying, so please also limit your speech because then you are damaging through gender ideology. So it's these dynamics that I have been talking about. And this, from both sides, this is, a complication on academic freedom. And on the other side, now you say something that is very true. Both public universities and private universities are increasingly feeling detaching themselves from the project of being a guarantee of pluralism, which is what we had thought education is about. Why? For different reasons, but same thing, Because the private universities, because of the neoliberalism, consumerism, we are not, educators anymore, but we are providers of service to these guys that are paying. And on the public university, and this was very depressing to hear it that clearly, but you describe the case from, you know, the right, what state governments in the US, the Trumpian state governments are doing, but here in Latin America we have the polarization issue. So at the end is the same, is that you shouldn't be teaching whatever you want, you know, because you are the elite. You know, you in the public universities must be at the service of the people, and we know that very well in Mexico. So completely different arguments, but all going to the same place. So it's not a question, it's just that I am very depressed having more clarity thanks to you of what is going on now.
Idem. No, yeah, exactly. Por dos. No, idem. But also, because I had a couple of questions. One of them is related to what you just said, because it seems that it's like the appropriation of a tool that we used before, right? And then that actually led in the US, for example, to think about how tenure can work in order to protect people. And then, so I am like puzzled by your statement about how the system, the tenure doesn't work for that, because when you look at how it has evolved in the past years in several universities in the US, people that work on race, racial discrimination, racial inequality, don't get tenure, right? And it seems to be a pattern now, or for example, critical race theory is being erased of the programs, and those people that do critical race theory are not getting tenure, right? So it seems that the tenure system kind of still works, right? So if it doesn't, then what Livia said is like, then what? If it doesn't work even for that, so what could work? And the other question was about how to I don't know, like relate structures, organizational structures within universities and outside universities. Because it seems to me that LASA, you know, that there was this controversial case in LASA about Cuba. Huge debate, too many political aspects, and LASA decided not to do anything, which, I mean, had consequences on several scholars, but also it's difficult to imagine how to organize a structure, an organizational structure like LASA and what they have for the universities. I mean, you don't have a competencia, like very legalistic, no? You don't have a competence or authority or jurisdiction over universities because you still have to respect autonomy. So I was wondering if you have ideas on that.
Okay, I think that we have enough because we just have 15 minutes left. Is that fine? So I'll leave maybe the question for the role of courts to Bruce. And I know that Lot has a great work on this as well, if I did not want to comment on that. And then we have the labor rights and progression on the career that Bruce can comment on this. And we have about the programs at the universities and progressions that we could hear a little bit about the case in Latin America. And there is another one that is about, I like it very much, the idea that we have similar practices in different parts of the world that goes to the same objective, and different practices that also goes to the same place. So this is something for us to think about, that where you're going and why and our role. So I'll give them the floor to Bruce first.
Okay, so can the case be appealed? Yes, it can, and it is right now blocked. But the problem is, of course, is the universities have already complied with it and put out new policy documents which they have not rescinded. So now if I do this, you're actually contravening the university's policy, not the state's policy, because the state law doesn't actually take effect. The human rights discourse doesn't count for anything in the United States. This is not a legal argument you can make in the United States. The private-public one, all the stuff I talked about applies exclusively to public institutions, not to the private ones, which is how you can have these Christianist schools teaching all sorts of wackadoodle stuff, and they can be accredited. Are students involved? Yes, both sides. There is an organization in the United States called TPUSA, which people say stands for Toilet Paper USA, but it's actually Turning Point USA. That is extremely right-wing, and they're the ones who train students how to report professors for things that they've said. a lot of the things that I talked about have also, they're actually popular. That's the problem, right? The idea for somebody in the street to look at a professor who's tenured and think, how the hell have they got a job for life, right? What's so special about them? So there's that kind of thing, right? So it was something that was never really discussed before, but now people look at this and think, that's outrageous. So when you say, we're going to have a post-tenure review, they think, you didn't have that already? This is crazy. So those sorts of things, and it's the same with what you can teach. So you're not allowed to teach anything as being a fact that somebody has to absorb and come back with. So evolution, for example, is off the table, right? Yeah, it's just a theory. Well, it is just a theory, right? But it's a theory that the whole of the rest of biology is predicated on, right? So if you can't understand evolution, you also can't do anything else. Critical race theory and the tenure thing, yes, this is really problematic. And the nature of universities in the United States, particularly private ones, they're terrible for doing this, is they recruit people for non-tenured, non-tenure earning positions, and that's where they get screwed. And a lot of those people will be people of color, and they get stuck into this. If you go to Harvard, right, I mean, half of Harvard is there eating reputational capital and nothing else because they're not being paid well and they're not got tenure. So there's those sorts of things that are also problematic. The percentage of faculty on universities, on a given university now, is around about, I think, 20 to 30% are tenured. This is scandalous, right? 20, 30 years ago, it would have been like 40, 50%. So they've transferred what were tenured jobs, tenure-earning jobs, into like transitional jobs. Thank you, soft jobs. So, yeah. Yes. But I'll stop there, sorry.
Okay. Thank you for keeping the time. So, Adriana.
Okay, so very quick comment on the cases that we have in the case law here in Brazil and what went to the high-level courts. Basically, we have made research on that, and there are many cases connected to Escola Sem Partido and bills that want to limit language and limit other gender-related, usually, expression and education. But the discussion in Brazil is usually very separated when it comes basic education and university-level education. And when we take a look at what we have in terms of case law in the high-level courts, we see very few cases that actually explore academic freedom. And one of them was at the Supreme Court on the anti-fascist signs and events during the 2018 elections. And there was a very loose, but well, it was there, a connection between freedom of speech at universities, university autonomy, that is this concept that we have in the Constitution, very much debated in Brazil, and democracy. But this connection is still very loose and should be better detailed and worked in legally speaking. And yeah, and it goes through, and for that end, we should have a serious discussion about the role of academia as a public service, because that's a point that is open in Brazil as well, and we should take other experiences into account for that.
And I, very short, I think that I agree with Rachel and Tatiana that we have many models, many organizational models, or many models in many countries. But I think that the framing of the academic freedom is a powerful one, and a one that can unite different different positions or different, even people on the left and on the right in the political spectrum of the public universities and private universities. I think I'm seeing, I don't know what happened, what will happen with this. And regarding Tatiana and university programs, I agree with you, but I am not thinking in a coalition of universities. I'm thinking in a coalition of scholars or organizations, because I think universities, at least I'm working a public university, a huge one, that is very difficult to push and to move, and I think that this will be very difficult, but we need to think in some kind of parallel or collateral organization, but I don't know how many. I think this will be a problem, and but I think that even when the human rights framing is not so important or powerful in the United States, I think it's very powerful in many other places in the world. So I think that.
We had a question left, so I will give this space for that, since we have time.
Thank you so much, Michele. Thanks, everyone, for the amazing panel. I have a quick question. It was great listening to you, and I was thinking about something that I was discussing earlier today with a bunch of people around here, and I think that a lot of people have been talking about, which is the issue with the CAPES scholarships in Brazil. So basically, for those who don't know, yesterday was the last day that the federal government could make payments in time for the graduate students that have government funding for their master's and PhD degrees, and they didn't do it. This is an issue that has been going on for a long time, the possibility of not having funds for this. But what happened was that Bolsonaro made a decree which forbidded the education ministry from making payments that were already established, that were already empenhados, resources that were already allocated for that purpose. And so basically we have 100,000 graduate students that from today onwards, for the month of December, will simply not be getting their due payments. When you have a CAPES scholarship, you're also basically not allowed, there are some exceptions, but you're basically not allowed to have another job because it's supposed to be a full-time exclusive dedication job. And so for this month, these people and also around 15,000 medical residents won't be getting payment for their work. I'm just wondering how can we also think about this in terms of restrictions to academic freedom. I think this dialogues with a lot of things that we have been discussing in the panels. I think that Bolsonaro doing this through a decree is infra-legal authoritarianism, and I wanted to pose a question specifically about how can we think of teacher-student alliances in this case, because if the students don't have funding to do the research, they won't be, there is no university without the students, and so in Brazil there are a lot of mobilizations that are starting to be planned. There's going to be a national paralization tomorrow, and the issue of how the professors, the tenured professors and the non-tenured professors will position themselves in relation to this, I think is a very pressing matter. And I was talking also with Agatha and Julia. Of course, this is an issue that dates back and that has been going on for a very long time, in the same way that Tatiana was mentioning the difficulty for professors that research critical race theory to get tenure. Agatha reminded me of last year, the previous education minister gave a speech saying that black students shouldn't be able to go to the university, that that's not a priority. So that's also the other side of the coin. So just to take another complexity to this very fruitful debate that we've been having. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this example. I think it's very symbolic that took place right now, and it's like 1 month. They know that it will be allowed in the next month. for me, I was trying to explore what was happening behind there. And for me, it's true that it's for people not to go to the presidential inauguration, don't have money to go there. But anyway, I think it's pretty symbolic. And so I think that this is the way of thinking how to work, part of the work, that the research that we had on legal authoritarianism is about how much the measures are symbolic and are taken at the infra level, legal level. And so I don't know if Adriana want to comment on this example and then think about if it is taking place in other places in the US, if it's taking place in very political sensitive moments, the measures towards education or not.
Great, thank you, Michele. I think we have a challenge that is very much connected to developing countries. So usually when we hear about the debate on funding to research and university level education, we hear much of many discussions on private funding and consequences for the level of independence of academic research and things like that. But for developing countries, cuts in funding sometimes, many times, mean something beyond, a problem with limits in budgets, in the public budget. So we should always read that within the context when we talk about countries that are not only developing countries but have signs of autocratization and authoritarian governments and policies. We should also take that into account and put that in the context, in the whole political context that we are living, and read into it beyond a problem of distributing public budgets is at least a matter of prioritizing education, but it could be many other things that we should read inside this context.
I think that regarding your question, I think you put on place one key actor, the relationship between professor and students and the student movement that are being really, really important, at least in Latin America. I think on Chile or other countries in Latin America. I think that one of the policies when I talk about science and technology policies, and I'm talking about this kind of strategies, to cut scholarships or to precarize labor, because in Mexico we have a big problem of precarization of academic labor, because we have a lot of postdoc students or cátedras CONACYT that is like a position for 10 years, but after the 10 years we don't know what happened. And so I think that's this kind of things that we need to put into account to really understand we are talking about when we are talking about academic freedom. I think we are talking about, like Adrian said, that's the country level, the university structure levels, the individual levels. But I think that science and technology policies are key to see that, to see these relationships. But I think in this idea, the relationship between academic scholars and students is very, very, could be very powerful.
Okay, so you're right on time. Bruce said he doesn't have anything to add, and so thank you very much for the panelists and all the audience. We still have another panel.
Thank you all so much. This was amazing. And I also know that some people would like to have just a few minutes after this to hear about the developments in Peru, where there has been an autogolpe. And I think just now. So I don't know who wants, maybe Camila, would you like to say something?
Yeah. So today the Peruvian Congress planned to debate for the third time the impeachment of the president. So until 8 o'clock in the morning we knew that that the Congress didn't have the vote to impeach him. But seems that there were more and more evidence there was a lot of corruption around the president. We don't know really why. We just have a new Minister of Defense, so in charge of the army, that is close to some really crazy guys, Humala and that. And so seems that he has been a really bad advice, and without consulting with the cabinet, he decided to make a self-coup today, like 2 hours ago. So now but he doesn't have really the support from the army. So now the army just decided to support the Congress and the constitutional order. So now the Congress is voting to take him out, and the vice president is saying that she also rejects this, and the chief of the political party that is part of that Peru Libre, no? I don't know. Cerrón, he also said that he's against the coup. So since Castillo is going to be in jail today, and the Congress, we will see what the Congress is going to do. So. Well, we don't know. This can be 1 day or 5 years, it's Peru, but since at this time, this is going to end soon, but it's not good. Yeah, what can I say?
To dissolve the Congress in certain cases, and I was reading that in some way that is different from what happened in 2019 with Vizcarras, and I don't know, it's just the political conjecture that is different, and because Castillo does not have the same level of support, or it's for another reason, but I'm kind of confused with that clause, and if it's because it's people are saying that it's a coup, but others are saying that it's kind of constitutional, and
no, it's not constitutional, because to close the Congress as Vizcarra did in 2000, when was that, 18, you need to say cuestión de confianza. So I asked for the trust 2 times, and he did that. And he hasn't used that even once. So now he just go and say, I am going to close the Congress. So it's no cuestión de confianza, because for the cuestión de confianza that's closed, the Prime Minister that has to go to the Congress and to say, in this case of this law or whatever, I am asking for the trust from the Congress. And if the Congress reject that, then the President, after 2 times of that, can ask to close the Congress. But it's in a way to try to have the balance between the Congress and the legislative, so the Congress is not going to block everything that the executive made. So, but this is not the same case. And so Peru has to qualify to the World Cup, because in other case we did.